Hello, dreamers and wanderers of imagination. Do you ever wonder what happens if something small, smaller than a whisper, lighter than a sigh, drifts loose from the farthest edge of the cosmos and decides, by some impossible chance, to fall toward us? You will be fully surprised what happens next. Because tonight's story doesn't begin with a crash or a scream across the sky. It begins with silence, infinite, patient silence. Somewhere beyond the reach of any radio dish or telescope, a fragment, a mere splinter of a comet named 3I Atlas, breaks away. Maybe it's gravity, maybe it's destiny, or maybe, as some old poets might say, it's curiosity. The fragment drifts alone, turning slowly in the black, a frozen tier of alien ice and dust. No one knows it's coming, and yet deep inside its crystalline heart, there's something that feels almost listening. What if something has always been there, just out of sight? So, before we dive back in, take a second to like and subscribe to the video, only if you're patient enough to enjoy our story tonight. And if you think more people should know this story, you know what to do. Share it with the dreamers, wanderers, and stargazers in your life. Tell me too, are you listening before bed, while working, or somewhere in the world I can only imagine? Don't forget to post your location and local time, as if we're all gathered around one shared midnight campfire. Now, dim the lights. Let's ease into tonight's journey together. You see it first not through your eyes, but through 1,000 machines staring upward. A faint data anomaly flickers across observatory screens, background radiation maybe. A trick of solar interference. Yet one scientist in Chile pauses, squints, and zooms in. There between frames, a tiny light. It's not moving like a rock should. It sways slightly, as if adjusting. You'd laugh maybe if you saw it. A glowing dot smaller than a pixel. But that dot has traveled for millions of years, threading through interstellar winds and invisible gravity wells, through the silent rivers of time that no one ever sees. And tonight, it enters the reach of our world. At first it's nothing, just numbers, the kind you scroll past on weather reports or space tracking dashboards. But one astrophysicist notices an odd pulse embedded in the reflected light, 0.3 seconds bright, 0.3 seconds dim, repeating like a heartbeat. It could be coincidence, could be ice spinning, could be something else. You might not think about the fear of being alone until you realize the sky itself might be watching back. Every time the fragment rotates, it reflects the sun toward Earth. Just a wink, a flash, as if saying, "I'm coming." Astronomers begin to argue in private channels. It's natural, one says. No trajectory predicts collision. Another replies, but it's changing course. Somewhere, an intern eating instant noodles at 3 a.m. stares at the live data feed. The dots on the chart move, stutter, then correct themselves. He rubs his eyes. The air conditioner hums softly. The clock ticks. And for a moment, he feels the weight of being the only person awake in a sleeping world. That quiet terror, the thought that maybe, you're witnessing something no one else has, is enough to make his skin crawl. By dawn, multiple observatories confirm it. The fragment is decelerating, not falling uncontrolled, just easing into orbit. Space agencies issue silent memos. Classified alerts ripple through their networks. In public, no one says a thing. A week later, amateur skywatchers spot a faint new star near the equator. It's not bright, just a steady shimmer. Some call it poetic, a new wish in the sky. Others say it's a satellite. One man posts a photo online claiming the star blinked at him. Like Morse code, he writes. The post gets 500,000 shares before vanishing overnight. In the background of your own life, little things begin to feel off. Your phone's night mode flickers once, just for a second. Your GPS takes you a street farther than usual. The sky feels unusually clear, as if something wants you to look up. One curious fact close to life: if you hold your breath under a city sky long enough, your pupils dilate just enough to catch faint cosmic rays, tiny lights born before Earth even existed. Tonight, those same lights seem closer. You scroll through a feed filled with theories: alien probe, magnetic debris, NASA cover-up, but none of it feels real until you step outside at midnight and see it yourself. A soft, trembling point above the horizon, neither star nor plane. You wonder, have you ever imagined being noticed by the universe? The fragment circles, patient. Every orbit brings it a little nearer, like something sniffing the edge of our world, curious. In Chile, that same scientist stares at the latest reading and whispers, "It's learning our rhythm." No one hears her. The observatory lights flicker. And somewhere out in the darkness, the wandering shard of 3-eye Atlas blinks again, once, twice, almost like it's thinking. You feel it in your chest before you know why, a low hum, barely audible, vibrating through the night. Maybe it's your refrigerator. Maybe it's something far older. Either way, sleep doesn't come easy tonight. You don't notice the light so much as you notice the hesitation in the room around it. The way the air in a control center seems to hold its breath when a number refuses to behave. It begins as a clean, obedient graph in La Serena, lines behaving like trained cats, aloof but predictable, until one pixel brightens on the edge of the field and refuses to dim. The intern with the instant noodles from before tilts his head and reloads the feed. The pixel remains. It is small enough to be a mistake and stubborn enough to feel personal. You lean closer to the screen with the others, and the glow feels like the last ember in a fireplace, a speck that says the story isn't over yet. Someone mutters about hot pixels, dead pixels, cosmic rays. Another shrugs and calls it a zombie star, which is wildly inaccurate but comfortingly dramatic at 2:11 a.m. People laugh softly. Science has jokes too, especially right before the moment people stop laughing. They run diagnostics. The light persists across cameras. It persists across telescopes. It persists when they swap filters, when they reboot the control software, when a graduate student plugs and unplugs an HDMI cable with the trembling faith of an exorcist. You watch the brightness curve settle into a shy rhythm, up a hair, down a breath, like a creature learning to breathe in a new atmosphere. Across the world in Hawaii, a night shift astronomer with hair in a loose bun and coffee in a cracked mug sees the same anomaly pop into the corner of her wide field survey and frowns at it the way you frown at a text from an unknown number at midnight. She pings the Chile team. The Chile team pings Spain. Spain pings South Africa. South Africa says their clouds are sulking, but they'll look anyway. In less than an hour, the light has become a rumor with a passport. You stay with it. You watch the faint point carry itself across the next frame. Not quite marching, not quite drifting, as if it can feel your eyes and wants to be coy. The first argument breaks out in the observatory chat, the way arguments begin in very smart rooms, politely, with the sharpened cutlery of data. "Debris," says one, trailing dust from a comet, maybe a tumbling slab of dark ice. Another replies, "No tail, no diffuse signature. The albedo's wrong, it's too clean." A third adds, Adjusted orbital elements suggest deceleration not attributable to drag at this altitude. Then, "Destiny," someone types, half joking, half daring the room to scold them. Science frowns at the word and secretly writes it down. You step outside to breathe and find the night has that lonely summer camp quality, where the darkness hugs the parking lot and the wind scrapes the door with dry grass. It's the kind of quiet that makes you more aware of how alone you are, which is ridiculous because there are 12 people inside, 2 more joining on video, and a vendetta-prone vending machine humming like an angry fridge. Still, the fear lands where it always lands, in the small animals of the brain that don't care about peer review and just want to make sure nothing with too many teeth is behind you. You tell yourself it's fine, it's fine. The door clicks locked behind you for half a second longer than you expect, and the hairs on your neck say, maybe not. Inside, numbers multiply. Someone overlays positions against the latest catalog. Not a satellite, no transponder, wrong inclination, wrong everything. Not a star, too bright, too variable, wrong again. The room fills with a soft thicket of no's that leaves only a very thin maybe. On the whiteboard, a postdoc draws a circle and writes, "Natural?" On the other side, someone writes intentional, and then adds a question mark so cautious it looks apologetic. Your phone buzzes with a life-sized thought. Your rent is due tomorrow. You are studying a glitter the size of a comma, and also the landlord expects you not to pay in comets. You set the phone face down and notice the charging coil make that faint sizzle it sometimes makes. Nothing weird, just the way cheap chargers sound like bored cicadas. Still, a question arrives uninvited. What if the sizzle is the universe tapping the glass of your life, saying, "Psst"? At 3:04 a.m., the light flares a fraction against the model. An astronomer at Jodrell Bank posts a quick Fourier analysis and a shrug emoji, then a very British sentence. Might be nothing, might be something, rather alarming if it's neither. The Chile console beeps. Someone coded in a tiny notification sound years ago on a night like this, half joke, half superstition. And the message appears, multi-obs confirmation. The room lets out a single collective breath, which is the quietest kind of applause. You expect someone to shout, to call the press, to stage whisper aliens like a theater kid conspiracy. Instead, they make more coffee. This is another close-to-life thing. Every great discovery smells like burnt espresso and stress. You watch the burr grinder choke because someone forgot to empty the hopper, and the astronomer closest to it taps the machine gently, like it's a skittish animal. The burrs resume. Data continues. The universe waits, pretending to be a screensaver. On the call from Spain, a spectral classification expert with the calm of a harbor at dawn says, "I want to suggest a rough temporal pattern. It's like a lighthouse with sea legs." On the call from South Africa, a physicist asks whether lighthouse is a metaphor we can quantify. On the Hawaii line, the bun-wearing astronomer says, "It's breathing." No one writes that down. Everyone feels it anyway. Is the fragment conscious? Ridiculous question. Is it behaving as if it has a preference? Less ridiculous, statistically rude. You try the thought on quietly, the way you try on a coat in a store you can't afford, and pretend you're just checking the mirror. What if it didn't just fall? What if it arrived? A hush spreads that isn't about awe. It's about a shared amusement at how quickly a room of disciplined minds moves from error bar to destiny on a night with too little sleep. Someone quips that destiny rarely fits in a lab notebook. Someone else mutters that destiny doesn't usually show up as a persistent signal at 0.3 second intervals. A third says, "If you two keep saying destiny, I'm telling the funding agency." Laughter breaks the static. Joke 1 noted. It lands like a soft pillow on a hard chair. Another comforting fact floats up. The human eye notices contrast better than absolute brightness. That's why you can see a tiny LED across a dark room and miss your gigantic water bottle on the desk. Right now, the faint light is pure contrast against the black. Your pupils are wide. Your mind is wider because wide minds are what happen when a noise in the night becomes a story you don't want to end. The debate formalizes. An older astronomer writes a tidy list on the board under the natural column: tumbling ice, Y albedo, N drag curve, N regular periodicity, N all those N's in a row like fence posts. Under intentional, someone writes, conservative for now. It's a joke. It's not entirely a joke. The interns watch the sky feed like it's the original streaming service and someone forgot to put commercials in the show. The feed gently refuses to be dramatic, which is its own kind of drama. The light rises, dips, holds. Your heart keeps pace with it without your permission. This is how you know you're hooked. The luminescence owns your metronome. You step into the hallway for water and confront the longest corridor you've ever seen. The end light is amber and weak, and the strip of windows shows only a slice of dark that looks pressed flat, like velvet suffocating glass. Strange places do this. They drape distances in silence until you hear your own shoes too loudly. You pause in the middle of the hallway and wonder why human bodies are so good at imagining something behind them and so bad at imagining the nothing that probably is. Have you ever noticed how you avoid looking directly into the darkest corner, not because you believe in monsters, but because you don't want to give them the satisfaction? Back at the console, the discussion pivots to ephemerides, to fits and residuals. The light's apparent motion doesn't track any known orbit in the catalogs. It acts as though it's testing, sipping at the altitude like a swimmer tasting the water before the dive. A junior analyst tests half a dozen gravity models, throws out each one with growing irritation, and finally says, "It's not that the math fails, it's that the object refuses to be what the math assumes it is." Another astronomer murmurs, "Objects don't refuse, people refuse." You think of all the times you've been stubborn and smirk into your cup, like the comet shard just joined your union. Phone buzz again. A friend has texted a photo of their cat staring at a corner of the ceiling, like it can hear God, followed by, "Do you ever get the feeling something's trying to get our attention?" You type briefly, "trying," and then backspace, then "looking." Then you add a cat emoji and 2 half-serious stars, which is your way of saying, "I think something is happening, and I don't yet know if it's ours to name." An hour passes. The light has a schedule now, and with schedules come rituals. Someone in Hawaii sets a timer and says, "We check the pulse every 6 minutes." Someone in Chile marks each check with a dot on a notepad, like a lighthouse keeper notching the night. In Spain, a radio astronomer tunes a receiver to a narrow band just in case the universe is feeling chatty. Everyone pretends they are not excited to the point of absurdity. The vending machine eats someone's coins twice in a row and returns a single bag of peanuts as compensation, which is the most vending machine way to say "I see you." "Debris," the La Serena director insists, mostly to steady the room. "It's debris until it's not." Another voice counters, "It's a visitor until it leaves." Destinies and debris play tug-of-war with vocabulary while the light keeps doing whatever it wants. That is possibly the first lesson of the night. Categories are soothing, and the sky is under no obligation to soothe you. You glance at the clock and think about breakfast you'll probably skip. You think about ordinary things, the way toast always lands butter side down, the way socks vanish into a drier dimension, the way the cheap pen you're using always writes better when you're on the verge of a good thought. Close to life is ballast. It keeps your mind from floating into the ceiling vents while you confront a dot that might be a messenger. Also, joke 2 sneaks in. You tell someone your pen only works when it's eavesdropping on genius. They reply, "Give it to me then," and the room snorts. Another analysis drops into the shared dock. The brightness curve's modulation suggests rotation with a slight precession, a wobble, as though the object is both spinning and paying attention to a direction that matters. The wobble's period stabilizes. It's not the random staggering of a thrown rock. It's the confident pivot of something that believes in its center. The phrase makes you swallow. Belief is a human word, but you keep it like a pebble in a pocket because it feels right. And now the first press inquiry slithers under the door. A tech journalist sends a polite, dangerous email. We're hearing about an unusual point source with atypical motion. Comment? The room does what rooms do when the outside world knocks. It straightens its tie, checks the mirror, and practices not saying the most interesting thing out loud. Preliminary analysis is ongoing. Someone drafts. No public statement at this time, someone else adds. You imagine the headline they want to write, the one with words like mysterious and unprecedented, and probably aliens because clicks. You also imagine your mother reading it and texting you, "Is it safe? Do you have snacks?" A small, whispered question lands in you with the crispness of a snowflake. If intelligence doesn't always look like us, would we know it when it looked back? The light ticks. The room answers with silence. By dawn, the argument has matured into the kind that feels almost tender, people defending their favorite theory the way you defend your favorite childhood blanket. Debris enthusiasts point to plausible ejection scenarios from the parent body. 3-eye atlas. A cracked lobe, a captured fragment, benign. Destiny devotees, no one would call themselves that out loud, but the shoes fit. Point to the odd deceleration curve, the disciplined wobble, the stabilization near a sweet orbital slot, like a seat someone reserved. A philosopher of science lurking in the chat, how did they get in here? Types a single sentence. Perhaps the category error is thinking it must be either. Then they go quiet again, which is peak philosopher of science behavior. You slip out once more, and the early morning air surprises you with its almost icy honesty. The sky is a bruise fading at the edges, and the first birds practice scales on the telephone wire like they're warming up for a concert for one. The parking lot feels stranger now, not because of danger, but because everything has been quietly relabeled in your head. The dumpster is still a dumpster, the satellite dish is still a satellite dish, but somehow they are also artifacts in the museum of a planet that just noticed a knock at the door. Have you ever thought about who you'd call first if the world changed while you were awake to see it? Back inside, the bun-wearing astronomer in Hawaii clears her throat. I'm going to say a word, she warns, and I need everyone to be normal about it. She pauses, savoring the absurdity. Beacon. The room inhales sharply, then obeys the instruction to be normal with heroic mediocrity. Someone jokes, gently, joke 3. We're scientists. We don't know how to be normal. A fourth voice adds, Speak for yourself. I have 3 plants at home. Everyone laughs because plants are in that liminal space between noble and disappointing, like hypotheses that die with dignity. Beacon doesn't mean alien. It doesn't even mean intentional. Sometimes nature builds beacons by accident, pulsars, magnetars, lighthouses of dead stars that sweep a beam across emptiness with the bureaucracy of a clock. But this light doesn't sweep. It converses. It waits for gaps, leans into the pauses of the receivers, almost like it can hear who's listening. The thought is obscene and delicious. The room agrees to call it a candidate beacon, which is what you say when you're halfway in love and pretending you aren't. A practical mind cuts through the romance. We need a better orbit, she says. We need radar if we can swing it. We need to coordinate the arrays, and we need to consider that public interest will make rational work harder within 24 hours. The director nods. A task list blooms on the wall with bullet points and timestamps, like a small war plan against confusion. Phones light up. Someone opens a private forum thread. Someone finally gets a soda out of the vending machine and raises it like a small carbonated toast. To debris or destiny, they say. May the data embarrass us all equally. Joke 4. Dry as lunar dust. You grin despite yourself. Another close-to-life thing. You realize you're hungry for exactly one piece of toast with too much butter and a sprinkle of salt. The kind of breakfast that feels more like a bandage than a meal. You imagine the crunch, the quiet heat, the way it makes you present to your mouth for 30 blessed seconds instead of your brain's circus. You promise yourself toast when the light does the next interesting thing. The light immediately does nothing because the universe loves comedic timing. In the lab annex, a grad student reroutes an old radio telescope to stare into the lane where the light shivers. The machine is older than anyone in the room and still capable of a kind of miracle. Seconds pass. A drizzle of noise prints onto a strip in the slow, charming way that makes you nostalgic for science you never personally lived through. The line thickens. Buried inside is a ribcage of weak beats. Not voice, not music, just order. Periodic, someone says, but not purely, modulated. You can hear the capital letters forming in their throat. A memory surfaces uninvited, the way your bedroom looked when you were 8 and woke in the middle of the night to the refrigerator's compressor kicking on. For a split breath, the sound felt like something walking across the ceiling. Fear is a pattern detector. It will always connect dots faster than sense. You smile at your younger self and admit that tonight, with all your education and your access to absurdly beautiful machines, the 8-year-old is at the console helping. You hold both truths at once. The pattern is real. The fear is generous. The Hawaii team posts a quick figure, power versus time. The bumps are too clean to be random, too messy to be a man-made beacon. It looks like something adapting. Debris adapting? Someone needlessly teases. The bun-wearing astronomer says, words aside, the fact remains. It appears to be taking a breath when we do. The South Africa team writes, correlation is not causation. The Spain team replies, yes, but sometimes causation leaves love notes in correlation's handwriting. You glance at the window and realize dawn is properly here now, and with it the ordinary courage of daylight. Strange places aren't as scary when the sun remembers your name. You catch your reflection in the glass, tired, wired, a little enchanted. You ask yourself the question you've been dodging all night, because dodged questions get heavier. If it turns out to be nothing but a weird rock, will you be relieved or disappointed? A chorus of new emails pings across the screen. Funding agencies want reassurance that you will not go rogue on social media. A student from a community college writes simply, "Is it beautiful?" You type back without asking permission, "Yes, very." Another message reads, "Will we be safe?" You hesitate and then tell the truth that fits both debris and destiny. Safety is not the only measure of meaning. Meeting time. The director, who has been a firm hand on a slow wheel all night, clears their throat. We will treat the source as natural until compelled by evidence to consider otherwise, they say. And the room nods. We will publish quickly and cautiously, no sensational language. The bun-wearing astronomer raises her mug in mock salute. To naturally occurring, breathtaking anomalies, she says. Joke 5. It earns a tired cheer that tastes like gratitude for grown-ups in the room. Last checks before the press embargo. The light chooses that exact moment to flare, not dramatically. No fireworks, no exclamation, but decisively. The power plot climbs a step and holds. Your stomach drops sweetly, like the second before a roller coaster falls. Another rhythm overlays the first, a slower beat, like punctuation to the earlier breath. Double modulation, someone says. Is that? It could be. Wait. It settles. It persists. It invites. And there you are, the person you didn't know you were 12 hours ago, the one who will remember forever where you were when the faint light appeared and refused to be ignored. You, gripping a pen that has become an artifact. You, calculating and uncalculating at the same time. You, aware in an animal way that the world is bigger than the part you have learned to carry without trembling. Last small grounding fact for now. Later today, you will step into a grocery store and stand bewildered in front of the cereal aisle because nothing in the cereal aisle has changed, and yet you have. You will pick a box by color because the decision will feel safe. You will forget milk and convince yourself it's a character-building mistake. And at some point, mid-afternoon, you will realize you only slept 20 minutes and that you're somehow fine. Human bodies can do that, turn curiosity into fuel. You might even make a joke about it, joke 6. Who needs REM when you have REM? Rapid extraterrestrial, maybe? The room quiets on its own, like a theater right before curtains. The arguments don't end, they become a braid you can run your fingers along later. Debris or destiny, 2 words that try to cage a phenomenon that clearly prefers the open sky. The light, steady now in its double heartbeat, doesn't care what you call it. It waits, and in its waiting it teaches you the only rule that survived the night. When the universe wants to be seen, it becomes small enough to fit on a screen, and when people want to be brave, they become quiet enough to listen. You lean forward. Your hand hovers over the record button like a blessing. Somewhere a vending machine sighs. Tired of being a metaphor. Somewhere else, in apartments and buses and dim bedrooms, people will soon look up without knowing why. On the whiteboard, under natural and intentional, someone draws a 3rd column unlabeled and leaves it empty, an outline where a new word will go when language catches up. You take a picture. You save it to a folder named First Light. You schedule backups, because that's faith in practice. Okay, the director says, voice low and steady. Let's begin. It begins with sound, or rather, the suggestion of sound. You don't hear it with your ears, but somewhere softer, deeper, behind them, as if the world itself inhales. The fragment of 3-Eye Atlas, now officially catalogued but unofficially mythologized, brushes the upper air, and Earth answers with a whisper of ozone and static. You stand outside that morning with a coffee gone cold, watching a pale stripe on the dawn horizon that refuses to fade. At first, it's the color of melted gold, but then green threads seep through it like veins in stone. Someone online calls it the sky learning a new language. Another says it's just ice crystals catching the rising sun. Both could be true. Airplanes crossing the Pacific radio in strange interference. Navigation lights blink out for half a second, then return, perfect. A pilot describes seeing a shimmer like a curtain of glass. The tower jokes about angels. The pilot doesn't laugh. By noon, the news is everywhere. Anchors smile too widely as they introduce the term predictable interstellar meteor shower. The words sound safe, rehearsed, like a parent explaining thunder to a child. But behind the cheerful graphics and bright animations, you can feel the unease. The countdown has begun. 3 days until the night the sky is expected to bloom. You scroll through live feeds, observatories buzzing, backyard astronomers holding DIY telescopes, couples planning midnight picnics to watch cosmic confetti. Humanity has never been so united in waiting for something they don't understand. The excitement feels a little like faith. That night, the fragment's orbit stabilizes. It begins shedding dust so faint it's invisible to the naked eye. Yet sensitive instruments show streaks of charged particles aligning into delicate patterns like a spider spinning a web in zero gravity. No one can agree on what's holding the dust together. Gravity's too weak. Magnetism's too simple. Theories bloom faster than the dust itself. Some scientists say it's resonance, a harmonic caught between solar wind and Earth's field. Others say it's self-organization, like snowflakes forming identical twins miles apart. One philosopher tweets, "Maybe the universe just likes symmetry." You like that. It's the kind of thought that makes the unknown feel friendly. Still, at night, when you look up, there's something unsettling in how still that light remains. Every star twinkles, but this one, this visitor, stays fixed and unblinking, as if refusing to disguise itself as part of the crowd. You remember a small truth. People don't fear darkness itself, only the shapes it hides. Yet here, the fear reverses. It's the thing you can see too clearly that feels wrong. A soft news anchor voice drifts from your TV. Experts assure there's no risk of impact. The dust will harmlessly disintegrate high in the atmosphere, creating the first forecastable meteor event in recorded history. Forecastable, as if the sky had joined the weather report. But later that night, when the world has mostly gone quiet, you watch your reflection in the darkened screen flicker for a fraction of a second, like static on an old channel. And you swear, just before the image fades, you hear a faint hum beneath the silence, a steady rhythm, the same 0.3-second pulse first noticed by the scientists. A question sneaks in where sleep should be. If something from another system can learn to breathe with us, what happens when it decides to speak? The next morning, birds migrate in wrong directions. Airports report no interference, yet GPS satellites require unexpected calibration. On social media, someone posts a video of a compass trembling near a smartphone, the needle vibrating gently in time with the faint radio pulse. Commenters call it fake, until hundreds more post the same. The fragment, by now, is being watched by every major observatory. Its orbit shifts again, slightly, almost playfully, creating a perfect ellipse, as though aligning itself for the grand show to come. The data curves look like art. Night 2 arrives. You lie on the rooftop, eyes tracing the sky's slow dance. The city hums below, air conditioners, car engines, laughter spilling from open windows. Above it all, the visitor waits. And then, for the briefest moment, you see it flare. Violet, then fade to blue. It shouldn't be visible in daylight, but it is. A subtle defiance, a reminder you're being watched back. The air around you prickles hide, as if a storm is rehearsing in silence. You feel your heartbeat match the rhythm of that invisible signal. 0.3 seconds bright, 0.3 seconds dim. Down the street, A child points up and says, "It's blinking like it's alive." Her mother laughs, but doesn't look. You've read enough to know this shouldn't happen. But should is a human word, and tonight the universe has decided to tell its own story. Later, you'll hear scientists arguing again about harmonics, reflectivity, plasma sheaths, all the right technical comforts. But deep down, even they will admit something. It's not behaving like a rock anymore. When the first weak streaks of color brush the atmosphere, faint blue ghosts that vanish too quickly for cameras, you'll whisper without thinking, "It's starting." And somewhere, thousands of miles above, that lonely fragment, that wandering survivor of a forgotten system, will answer in light only your bones can feel. What happens if a world stops pretending it's alone? We're about to find out. The countdown becomes a ritual. Every network banner, every podcast intro, every half-sleep conversation at coffee shops ends with the same words. 2 days until the 3-eye Atlas shower. The phrase hangs in the air like the chorus of a song the world never agreed to write, but somehow remembers anyway. You wake to sunlight and the faint hiss of radio static. It isn't unusual. What's unusual is the pattern underneath. The faintest tick, regular, polite, the kind of order that makes you listen harder. Somewhere an announcer laughs about how many couples are planning proposals under the first interstellar meteor event. Humanity, ever the romantic, always ready to turn the unknowable into a backdrop for selfies. By afternoon, observatories report coordinated flashes within the dust trail. They call them pre-ignitions. You prefer heartbeats. The sky itself seems to be stretching before the performance. At one observatory, a technician swears he heard a low note in his headphones. So deep it felt like pressure in the bones rather than sound. He pulls them off. The note keeps going for 2 more seconds. No recording captures it. Night falls over Europe first. People stream into open fields, rooftops, beaches. Children hold glow sticks. Old cameras click. A shared hush rolls across continents. The strange, tender quiet that only happens when millions are looking up at the same sky. And then it begins. A streak. Thin, green. Then another, blue-white. At first it looks like every other meteor shower. Brief, fragile, gone. But within minutes, the colors shift. Green to indigo, indigo to a fierce amethyst that stains the air for several seconds. The trails bend slightly, converging as if drawn toward an invisible axis above the equator. Screens light up with astonishment. People shout, cry, laugh. For once, the planet applauds the void. You lie back and let the spectacle wash over you. The sound of distant cheers mixes with the faint hiss of falling light. You think of how tiny each particle must be. Dust motes from another star system, burning their entire existence in a heartbeat just to be seen once. There's something heartbreakingly polite about that. But beneath the beauty runs a thread of wrongness, the way a single off note can make a perfect song feel haunted. The trails are too organized. Some curve together, form a lattice, dissolve in unison. From orbit, satellites report synchronized timing between discharges, mathematical precision down to microseconds. You remember one of those bedtime facts about human fear, that our bodies react faster to patterns than to chaos. Lightning strikes are scary, but a rhythm in thunder? That's when the mind whispers alive. A scientist on live broadcast begins to speak, stops, then just shakes her head, as behind her, the sky over Chile blooms purple and orange in slow, deliberate waves, like a pulse traveling across the stratosphere. In that moment, every watcher feels it. Not danger, not doom, just attention. As if something vast and far away has finally noticed we're here. Somewhere in the Arctic, instruments start singing, literal oscillations in the ice, measurable vibrations that mimic the frequency of the incoming dust. The ground hums faintly. The researchers exchange nervous grins, half wonder, half dread. One whispers, "It's talking to the planet." Another says, "Or listening through it." Back in the city, your phone vibrates. A news alert. Global radio networks detect coordinated pulse in meteor trail, possible magnetic coupling event. You read the words twice, trying to decide if they're comforting or terrifying. You end up choosing beautiful. The air tastes of metal. A neighbor laughs too loudly, a nervous sound that cuts off mid-breath. You glance at the horizon. A new streak flares, bright violet this time, and for a fraction of a second, it leaves behind a faint pattern like ripples overlapping in water. You blink, and it's gone. "What did you see?" someone asks beside you. You can't describe it, only say, "It felt deliberate." Later that night, the last of the meteor glow fades, but the stars seem brighter, as though the sky has been washed clean. In every news clip, reporters say the same thing. No debris reached the surface. The event passed safely. They sound relieved. Yet scientists don't log off. Their instruments keep detecting residual frequencies, slow, patient, repeating. At 3:11 a.m., the same Chilean researcher who first noticed the fragment sits alone in the control room. She rewinds the radio data and hears it. The same interval, 0.3 seconds bright, 0.3 seconds dark. But nested inside now is another, slower pattern. It's a whisper made of silence. 3 quick pulses, 1 long. The simplest kind of language, the kind used when someone is just learning how to say hello. Outside, the last violet haze drifts east, fading over the sea. You stand there long after the world has gone back indoors, feeling the faintest tremor under your feet, like a sleeping giant shifting in its dreams. You wonder if this is how beginnings sound. Morning arrives softer than expected, as if the world itself is tiptoeing. The news anchors are hoarse from wonder. Their voices tremble between exhaustion and disbelief. Everywhere headlines glow with one phrase, "The night the sky learned to speak." You scroll through photos, violet arcs over Iceland, turquoise veils over Tokyo, auroras shaped like spirals dancing above deserts. But what steals your breath isn't the beauty, it's the sameness. Every continent, every sky showed the exact same pattern at the exact same moment, like choreography across hemispheres. Scientists release explanations, something about synchronized ionization fronts, atmospheric harmonics, reflection waves, but the words sound like excuses whispered through a smile. You can feel the world balancing between awe and unease, and in that balance, small stories begin to surface. In Mumbai, a fisherman swears his radio caught a whisper that repeated a rhythm. 3 short beats, 1 long, before the signal dissolved. In Alaska, school children report their tablets flickering in the same sequence. In Chile, the observatory's oldest computer, one that hadn't worked in months, turns itself on at dawn and displays a line of code. "Hello?" The technician who finds it just stares, then mutters, "That's not even an ASCII." You think back to the meteor night. The sound that wasn't sound. The pulse you could feel. What if it never stopped? At lunch, cafes buzz with theories. "Alien message," says one man. Magnetic echo, replies another. A woman scrolling through her phone whispers, It's just data, but it feels alive. You catch yourself nodding, though you don't know why. That evening, social media trends with a single question. Did anyone else dream? And yes, millions did. Different people, different countries, yet the same dream. A violet haze overhead, a voice, distant, calm, impossibly large, asking, Are you ready? Some swear they saw a shape behind the voice, a swirl of light resembling the meteor trails. Others say they woke up crying, not from fear but recognition. Sleep researchers call it mass hypnagogic suggestion. Psychologists suggest it's the power of shared expectation. But deep down, you feel something more intimate, the way the mind sometimes senses a truth before science gives it permission. Later that night, you walk to the rooftop again. The city seems quieter, like the air is thinking. The sky glows faintly blue, not the color of stars, but of screens left on standby. You imagine the fragment up there, circling patiently, waiting for you to look long enough to notice something new. A cold breeze brushes your neck, and for a heartbeat, you think you hear a tone just beyond human range, a sound like glass being touched gently by wind. Then, faintly, the rhythm returns, 3 short, 1 long. The same pattern from the dream. The human fear of being alone has always lived side by side with the fear of being found. Tonight, both are awake. A small fact drifts through your thoughts, something about how whales sing across entire oceans, their calls bending through pressure and current until one voice becomes another's memory. You wonder if the cosmos works the same way, sound becoming light, light becoming thought, thought becoming echo. Your phone buzzes. A message from the observatory's public feed. New anomaly detected. Object stable in low orbit. Source confirmed. Residual fragment. Designation 3IAB. You smile despite the chill. Another piece. Another heartbeat. And below the headline, a single image. A grainy photograph of the Arctic Circle, a faint glimmer just above the horizon, like a falling star that changed its mind halfway down. You whisper to the night, half joking, half prayer, Welcome home. You don't remember the exact moment the purple begins, only that one heartbeat it isn't there, and the next heartbeat the sky has learned a new color. It's not the neon of city signs or the bruised blue of late evening. It's a living violet, as if the atmosphere is bruised and breathing at the same time. You're on the rooftop again, knees tucked, hoodie pulled tight. Below, the city hums its practical lullaby, dishwashers, late trains, the hush of elevators, while above, the ink of night ripples like silk being lifted by invisible hands. The first streak writes itself from west to east, a quick, violet calligraphy stroke. Then another, tracing a parallel you could swear is measured. By the third, your mouth remembers to open. Across continents, feeds, streams, shaky phone videos, the same choreography unfolds. Lines of purple fire, then blue, then a brief, shy return to purple. The timing is uncanny. Someone on the ground counts aloud. 1, 2, 3. The fourth streak waits that extra half beat, as though listening, then says yes. The air smells faintly metallic, the way it does before a storm. Your neighbor mutters, It's coordinated. The word feels heavy, like a door sliding into a new track. You keep watching. The streaks increase, never chaotic, never colliding. They curve together, peel apart, rejoin, a murmuration of light. You once watched starlings carve the cold sky into letters no alphabet could hold. Now the heavens are doing something harder, refusing to be random. Your phone lights up. A friend texts. My weather app says partly scheduled meteors. You snort, which feels like treason against the sacred mood. But humor is a pressure valve, so you reply, bring an umbrella of existential courage. The synchronized arcs continue. Violet trails linger for 3, maybe 4 seconds, just long enough for the brain to start predicting the next curve. That's what it wants. The brain. Pattern. Comfort lives there, but comfort has edge effects, and the edge tonight is thin. A small part of you wants the next streak to miss a beat, to hiccup, to prove the universe isn't actually practicing call and response with itself. It doesn't. The rhythm holds. Far north, where night is a cathedral of cold, observatories catch a stranger detail. The trails do not simply burn, they glow from within, as though a sheath protects each particle long enough to conduct a message before surrendering to heat. Instruments record tiny phase shifts between nearby streaks, a whispering alignment. The plot looks like music written for glass. Have you ever thought about whether beauty itself can be a form of information? A door on the stairwell rattles. A gust slaps it closed. You flinch, sudden, skin prickling. It's the old fear, the one about being alone in a strange place, even when the place isn't strange and you're not alone. You tell yourself, softly, that it's just wind, just a door, just a brain rehearsing its favorite cautionary tales. But you move closer to the low parapet anyway, where the sky feels fuller and the human noises are farther away. On screen, a live feed from the Atacama pans up. The camera operator forgets to narrate. She's human too, so the clip goes out raw. You hear her breath, steadying, as violet curves paint the desert air. Off mic, another voice, a whisper. Do you hear it? At first you don't, then you do. Not sound, but a sensation riding your bones. 0.3 seconds of intensity in your body, 0.3 seconds of release. The old signal, now braided into color. A practical thought arrives wearing work shoes. If this is just plasma, why is it counting with me? Down on the street, a dog tilts its head and refuses to bark. A toddler points and solemnly says, lines, as if he's naming a new animal. Your own small, close-to-life things tug your sleeve. The laundry you forgot to switch. The rubber plant in the kitchen that always droops when you stay up too late. The email you owe your boss about Tuesday. They do not argue with purple. They simply wait, patient as gravity. The synchronized paths begin to curl around a center you can't see. It's subtle, like the way dancers face a leader who never stands still. You track the invisible axis with your finger against the sky, surprised at how steady your hand is. A question, inevitable now, rises like a tide. If this is a message, what is it saying? And to whom? On a nearby rooftop, a group of teenagers cheer as a cluster of arcs performs a perfect spiral. One kid yells, "Do it again!" And it does, which is either coincidence or collaboration. You are not sure which would be stranger. Joke one sneaks out of you as a whisper. We're crowd controlling the cosmos. It's not actually funny, but your nervous system laughs anyway. A news anchor's voice on someone's open laptop tries to keep up. Coherent ionization waves, magnetospheric resonance, harmonic cascade. The words are not wrong. They are simply smaller than what your eyes know. Then the pattern shifts. The violet trails now arrive in triplets, 3 strokes marching left to right, a pause, then 1 stroke arching back the other way, 3 short, 1 long. You don't need the analysis to recognize it. Dreams have been practicing you for this. Around you murmurs stack. Do you see? It's the same. From last night, language runs out of breath, and the sky keeps talking. Somewhere in your chest, another door clicks open. Not fear, not exactly. More like perspective tilting on its hinges. You remember a fact you once loved and then forgot. If you could stand on the moon and watch Earth's night, you'd see our cities flicker like flares, signals to no one in particular. Tonight, it feels as if the favor is returned. The synchronized triplets accelerate, not fast enough to blur, just enough to suggest excitement. The pause between clusters lengthens, like a question being asked for real. Your throat answers without permission, a small, ridiculous yes that makes you both proud and embarrassed. Joke 2 forms in your head. Imagine the fragment filing a customer satisfaction survey and dissolves in the violet. A sudden stillness. The trails stop midair, not frozen, but withheld. The whole sky seems to skim its own surface. A whisper of wind sweeps the rooftop gravel, and then, one vast arc, horizon to horizon, a single continuous purple line that holds for a count of 5. 5, a human number, fingers, senses, weekdays you'd like to skip. The line hums against your teeth, then feathers into 100 small threads, each one a path you could almost follow with your eyes home. The city makes a sound you've never heard from it before, a soft, involuntary moan, part awe, part relief. The noise crowds make when something impossible chooses to be gentle. Behind you, the stairwell light goes out with theatrical timing. You laugh, a tiny, cracking sound. The old fear returns for a cameo. Shapes in the dark, imagined footsteps, the superstition that anything watching from above might also be waiting below. You breathe, count 5 with the sky, and the fear leaves the way a cat leaves a room it never owned. Phones everywhere vibrate. A push alert blooms. Satellites confirm synchronized ignition patterns, no debris at ground level. Instruments record novel frequency envelope. The graph is pretty, peaks like the spines of fish. Pretty is not the same as safe, but it's something to hold. Have you ever imagined that light could carry a handshake? A kid on the adjacent building cups his hands and shouts into the night, "We're here!" His voice is devoured instantly by distance, but you have the odd, confident feeling the message arrives anyway, not as sound but as posture. Presence is an instrument. You are learning to play it. The violet begins to soften. Blues reassert themselves. A late plane inks a human straight line through the celestial cursive and receives polite indifference from the cosmos. You sit down fully now, palms open on the cool concrete, as if to ground whatever has been rearranged inside you. You think, briefly, absurdly, about toast. Not because you're hungry, you are, but because butter, heat, and crunch are a promise that life will be life in the morning. Joke 3 lands gently. Breakfast is the anti-abyss. The last synchronized triplet fades at the horizon like a bow. Applause rises somewhere, stuttered, shy, then committed. For a breath, you worry the clapping might offend the sky. Then you remember the sky doesn't bruise from mere sound. It just keeps its own counsel. In the quiet that follows, crickets negotiate their night shift. A siren sighs far downtown, and you are left with a question that will not leave. If it can coordinate beauty across an entire world, what else can it coordinate? If we answer, you don't feel small, you feel placed. Not center stage, not lost in the wings, just properly situated in a theater bigger than your reckoning. The fear that used to sit beside you on rooftops like an impatient chaperone loosens its grip and wanders to the staircase. You let it go. There will be other nights for caution. For now, you tuck the rhythm into your memory, 3 short, 1 long, and picture it like a key you'll keep on a thin chain under your shirt. If there is a door out there, perhaps it will fit. The sky, emptied of purple, exhales its ordinary starlight. You whisper, "Good night," because good manners cost nothing, even across light years. And in the invisible briefness between your syllables, something very faint hums back, as if to say it heard you and isn't done. The world wakes up to static, not chaos, more like a heartbeat pressed into every signal. Radios, Wi-Fi, even smart toasters hum the same gentle rhythm, 3 short, 1 long. Engineers call it a global synchronization artifact. Conspiracy theorists call it contact. You just call it familiar. It isn't loud. You might miss it if you're not listening, but once you notice, it's everywhere. The faint tick inside silence, the soft pulse hiding under power lines, the beat between train wheels. It's as if the whole planet has slipped into tempo with something unseen. The observatories confirm what everyone's guessing. The light show wasn't the end. It was a beginning. Somewhere in the meteor stream, a carrier wave has appeared. It's not natural. It's structured. The waveform repeats every 7 hours, like a broadcast waiting for a listener who knows when to tune in. You sip your coffee, stare at your phone, and feel the tiniest tremor beneath your feet. Maybe it's imagination. Maybe it's the hum of distant trains. Maybe the planet is purring. Scientists announce a joint operation, Project Echo, their goal, to decode the pulse. But they can't even agree what decode means. Is it a message, a map, a countdown, or just the universe's way of clearing its throat? For now, they send no reply. Every agency agrees listening is safer than answering. But people don't wait for permission. A radio hobbyist in Norway feeds the pulse through an old synthesizer and posts the result online. The sound is eerie and delicate, like wind chimes underwater. It goes viral in hours. Some say it soothes their insomnia. Others claim it makes lights flicker when played too loud. One man in Argentina layers the sound into his meditation app. It becomes the #1 download within a day. "Feels like the universe breathing with me," he writes, "like it's noticing I exist." You play the recording yourself. At first, it's nothing but static shaped into rhythm. Then, beneath the surface, you hear it, a faint melody that almost forms words, not speech, but intention. You think you hear a phrase, then lose it, the way you lose a dream when you try too hard to remember. You turn off the phone. The sound continues in your mind anyway. That night, the hum spreads. Cities flicker in sync. Neon signs flutter between purple and white. One streetlight near your window blinks exactly 3 times, pauses, then once again. A pattern so gentle it feels polite. Your cat lifts its head and stares at the ceiling. Then it chirps, low and questioning, the same way it does when hearing birds that aren't there. You whisper, "You hear it too?" The cat blinks once, slowly. Confirmation or coincidence. You're not sure which feels stranger. Across the world, the signals grow sharper. In Antarctica, instruments record faint magnetic surges. In orbit, satellites pick up echoes, perfect reflections of their own transmissions delayed by fractions of a second. The sky itself has become a mirror. Governments begin issuing statements about temporary electromagnetic disturbances. Nobody believes them. Memes flood the internet. The planet's got Wi-Fi now. God's testing the mic. Aliens updating firmware. Humor becomes a shield. Humanity has always whistled past the dark. And yet, every time the pulse rolls through, something in your body relaxes instead of tensing. It's like standing beside a giant creature breathing, not threatening, just present. A small fact crosses your mind as you try to sleep. If you put your head underwater and hum, the sound travels 5 times faster than in air. Maybe that's what's happening now, the universe humming through a thicker medium we've only just noticed. At 3:00 a.m., your power flickers. Your alarm clock resets. The room fills with soft violet light from outside, the color you thought had left with the meteor shower. You rush to the window. Above the skyline, a faint halo glows, concentric circles pulsing outward from a single point near the pole. It's beautiful, terrifying, familiar. Your phone buzzes again, a live alert. Multiple observatories detect narrow-band signal, frequency modulated, repeating sequence, possibly artificial. Possibly. That word feels like a door cracked open. The world holds its breath again. You lean against the window, eyes wide, heartbeat syncing unconsciously with the rhythm outside. The signal hums through glass, bone, memory. 3 short, 1 long. The same as before, but this time there's a pause after the last pulse, then 2 faint beats, a question mark made of sound. You whisper into the glass, "Yes." The hum fades, the room settles, and somewhere, thousands of kilometers above, the fragment from 3i Atlas answers with one final flicker, bright enough to be seen by anyone who happens to be looking up just then. Most people are asleep, but not you. You don't learn about the Arctic fall from a headline. You feel it. Through the floorboards, through the frame of the building, through the small things that make a room yours. The hum that's been haunting signals becomes a shiver in wood and steel, and then a knock you could swear rises up from under the world. At first, you blame a truck or a snowplow, habit trying to keep wonder in a leash, until you remember there are no trucks where the map turns blue and then simply stops. By noon, the feeds converge on a single image. A pale sky rimmed with aurora, green lace blown sideways by wind, and at the horizon, a brief vertical spark. Like a match struck in reverse, flame falling down instead of climbing. No sonic boom, no shockwave, no catastrophe. Just a quickening of light and a soft cough from the ice, a sound that microphones catch, but human ears translate as a feeling, teeth touching, heartbeat missing one polite beat. They will call it 3i Jew, the survivor, the fragment that didn't disintegrate, didn't flare to purple script and vanish into applause. It arrives with unnecessary grace, tucks itself through cloud and snow as if following a forgotten invitation, and then disappears beneath the polar crust, with the dignity of a letter slid under a locked door. You watch the stream switch to the field team. A small outpost hunched in wind, metal siding creaking, icicles pointing like accusations from the roofline. The camera jitters as the operator jogs, no cinematic drama, just the hard truth of cold-hitting lungs. A researcher's voice comes over the audio, clipped and calm in that way people get when fear and training are forced to dance. We had a vertical entry south-southeast, grid Charlie 2. Ice quaked for 6 seconds. Instruments indicate a cavity forming at depth. A skidoo snarls to life. You feel a ridiculous pang of nostalgia for smells the camera can't carry. Fuel, wool, human breath, freezing into lace at a scarf's edge. Close to life interrupts with affection. The knowledge that in cold like this, batteries die like mayflies, pens refuse ink, and soup in a thermos becomes pudding if you dawdle. The team moves anyway, tiny figures on a white page, handwriting continuing where a comet paused. The sky is an instrument today. Auroras peel and curl, threads of green braided with faint violet undertones that weren't there last winter. You could swear the curtains of light are leaning, listening to the ground. That old rhythm rides the wind again, 3 short, 1 long, felt against skin, more pulse than sound. A drone lifts, ascends, tilts toward a bruise-colored patch where nothing should be. The ice there is wrong, not cracked, not shattered, melt slick and glassy. A circle of transparency in a world built to be opaque. Even through the camera's compression you can see depth, like a pupil dilated to drink the sky. Depth imaging coming, someone says in the control room. The screen splits. Sonar paints the void with sound. A cavity blooms below like the silhouette of a bell. At its base, a brighter return pulses with a timing you could now reproduce in your sleep. 3, 1. Pause. Your mouth is suddenly dry. The question arrives, inevitable, impatient. If you were the first to touch it, would you? The team parks at the rim. Wind scrapes the microphone into sandpaper. A gloved hand appears, tapping a probe against the new ice. Surface temp -12, the tech reports. But localized warmth below 10 centimeters, not geothermal, patterned, as if heat itself has learned grammar. Someone makes a joke, thin but brave, about not licking the alien ice. Another laughs too loudly and apologizes to no one in particular. Even here, even now, humor slips a hand into terror's elbow and guides it down the hallway. They drill. The auger chews through the first centimeters like toast and then sulks. The ice fights back with stubborn density. At 20 centimeters, steam coils from the hole like a breath held too long. At 30, the auger shudders, coughs, stops. Hitting something, the tech says, puzzled rather than panicked. Feels like glass, not stone. It's giving without breaking. The camera leans over. The hole glows faintly, not from reflection but from within. A low violet wash rising and dimming, the color of the meteor trails reduced to a secret. The rhythm matches your pulse until your pulse gives up and matches it. Lowering the mic, the lead says. The microphone descends into the throat of ice. What it brings back is not sound so much as structure, silence arranged into a shape. A chord you recognize without having ever heard it, the way smells can make you remember a room you've never stood in. Phase locking with the carrier, someone whispers in the control trailer, reverent as a choir. The data paints itself into bands, harmonics stacking like ribs. A radio astronomer begins to cry in a way that embarrasses no one. The drone dips, peering sideways beneath the surface. Light bends, a suggestion of facets, as if the fragment isn't a stone, but a hive. A geometry of small planes and voids. It doesn't glow like a lamp. It answers. Each probe of light or sound is met with a subtle adjustment, a new shimmer, a courtesy. One researcher, breath fogging, reaches down with a gloved finger and touches the rim of the hole. The glow dims instantly, not extinguished, just aware. The hand retreats. The glow returns. Another touch, softer. The dimming is gentler this time, like the thing beneath has learned the difference between curiosity and harm and is willing to stay. You feel the old fear arrive the way it always does in strange places, late and earnest. You imagine standing out there, white on all sides, horizon indistinguishable from sky, and something intelligent the size of a loaf of bread, or the size of a building, depth tricks you hear, humming up through your boots. The fear is not teeth and claws. It's being legible to something that never learned you by accident. You pull your blanket tighter on your couch far away and pretend warmth is an answer. Deploying fiberscope, the lead announces. The image becomes a tunnel, scratches in ice passing like stars. Then, there, a surface not made by pressure or cold, not smooth, not rough, patterned with hexagonal pits so regular it hurts. Between the pits, hairline seams that ripple faintly at the rhythm you've named without admitting it, breathing. Reading EM fluctuations, the console tech says. Tiny, but intentional, like, it's matching us. They turn a dial. The scope emits a short, harmless tick of light. The array below answers with a longer pulse, 3 short, 1 long, and then 1 extra, half-length, curious, as if to ask whether it did that right. Have you ever imagined ice as a telegraph? The thought would have sounded ridiculous last week. Today it arrives wearing a lab coat. The lead kneels, sets a small sensor puck near the hole, and speaks with the theatrical calm of someone doing something unforgettable. If you can perceive pressure and light, this is a greeting. She taps the puck 3 times with a gloved knuckle, waits, taps once. Then she shines her headlamp. 3 flashes, pause, 1 flash. The hole deepens its violet, holds, brightens, fades. The auger vibrates gently in its bracket, as if the handle is a tuning fork caught on the same note. A pause. The wind becomes the loudest thing again. For a breath you worry about how narratives crave responses and how dangerous that craving can be. Then the ice answers, not with light this time, but with shape. The rim around the hole microscopically lifts and settles, like a diaphragm. Snow tumbles inward in powder lace. No cracking, no collapsing, only the small admission of movement. A bow. Back at your window, the world beyond your glass is ordinary on purpose. Kids stumble home from school, a bus sighs at a stop. Someone drops a bag of oranges and swears, then laughs. You hold that ordinariness like a rosary. You let the field team's white world and your street's blue dusk coexist without apology. Seismics show a network forming, the analyst says, radiating channels in the ice, thin as capillaries. He overlays the image. It looks like frost on a window from the inside out. You wonder whether the fragment is building arteries to listen with or veins to send something through. What gets exchanged when the messenger digs in? Information, temperature, memory. The lead repeats the greeting. The fragment replies with a slightly altered cadence. 3, 1, 2. The second extra beat is crisp, confident. Somewhere at a desk, a linguist sits up so fast their chair tries to buck them. You ask yourself aloud, surprising your own apartment with your voice. If it learns our yes, do we owe it a no? A whiteout begins to roll in, horizon folding into sky. The field team retreats to the outpost with the reluctant grace of people leaving a conversation on a cliffhanger. Before the feed cuts, the camera catches one last detail. The aurora directly above the site tightens into a spiral no bigger than a dinner plate and holds there, green and violet braided like a secret. Then the wind pulls it thin and gives it back to night. You sit with the aftermath as if it were a friend on the couch, both of you staring at nothing, letting the important thing stand between you without crowding it with words. The old fear has not left, but it is outnumbered now by something with no name that refuses to be optimism or dread. Maybe it's the feeling you had as a child on the edge of a pool before your first real dive. Cold belly, hot heart, the small voice saying you will be different on the other side and it will be okay. In the scroll of comments, a line floats up that you save like a pressed leaf. The ice didn't crack. It listened. You look up at your ordinary ceiling and imagine, for no good reason except that it helps, that the fragment feels the same way about us right now, that it has its own version of a rooftop, its own notion of alone, peering upward through meters of ancient blue, wondering if we will touch the edge again tomorrow and say hello like we mean it. At first, they call it a reflection anomaly. That's how science names its ghosts, by pretending they're mirrors. The Arctic researchers return at dawn. The storm has passed, leaving a silence so wide it feels like standing inside someone's held breath. The hole in the ice is still there, faintly steaming, violet glow pulsing at its base like a heartbeat under skin. You're watching the live feed again, bleary-eyed, wrapped in a blanket that smells of yesterday's coffee. You can't look away. A researcher kneels beside the opening, helmet camera tilted down. "It's brighter," she murmurs. Color shift toward blue-violet. The spectrum's narrowing. The tech beside her frowns. "Means higher energy concentration," she laughs softly. "Or higher attention." The team chuckles nervously, pretending it's still just ice. Then it happens. A shimmer rolls outward from the hole. A wave of light that doesn't scatter. It travels, threading under the surface in all directions, lighting cracks that weren't there an hour ago. It's not destructive. It's deliberate, like ink spreading across paper to draw a map only it can read. "Power surge?" someone asks. "No," says another. "Pattern propagation." The shimmer stops as suddenly as it started. The hole remains, quiet, expectant. The woman who made the attention joke hesitates, then extends a metal probe toward it. The tip glows faintly before touching, and when it does, the probe sings. Not a sound the microphone captures properly, but a vibration that slides through the feed and right into you. It's faint, harmonic, familiar. 3 short, 1 long. Then silence. The lead scientist radios. The object's responding again, matching to input frequencies. Recording. Someone nearby whispers, "It's learning tone." They lower a small camera sphere into the opening. The screen in the control room fills with violet mist that clears slowly, revealing a smooth metallic surface, breathing with light. It's not solid. It ripples slightly, as though liquid trying to remember how to be solid. Then the surface shifts. Symbols begin to form, not carved, not projected, grown. Lines of light, geometric and precise, looping around each other like language designed for eyes that see in more dimensions than ours. It lasts 5 seconds, then erases itself, replaced by another pattern. A linguist watching from Geneva starts crying. "They're recursive," she says. "The symbols rewrite themselves. It's syntax made of behavior." You lean closer to the screen, trying to decode shapes that make your brain hum in protest. Something about them feels almost readable, like a word on the tip of your tongue. One symbol flashes again and again, a spiral nested inside a circle. And with every repetition, the violet light pulses brighter. The tech monitoring radiation calls out. It's emitting low-level EM, steady, safe range. But that word, safe, feels smaller than it used to. The lead scientist lowers her voice. We're going to make brief physical contact. A gloved hand descends through the camera's view. You can almost feel the cold. The hand touches the surface. For one heartbeat, nothing. Then the entire chamber glows, violet through blue, through pure white. The scientist gasps, jerks back, but not in pain, more like surprise. It's warm, she breathes, and soft. The glow begins to fade, but something new remains. A small glowing filament clings to her glove, like a thread of light refusing to let go. It pulses once, then twice, then goes dark, sinking into the material of the glove itself. Back at the control center, instruments spike for a moment, then stabilize. No explosion, no meltdown, just silence, deep and velvet. Status? Asks command. The lead scientist stares at her hand. The glove, where the light touched, now bears a faint pattern, tiny hexagons glowing under the frost, arranged in a spiral. I think, she says slowly, it marked me. The stream cuts off. Your screen freezes on her face. Awe, confusion, and the faintest shadow of fear. Social media erupts within minutes. The first contact. Alien nanotech. Proof we're not alone. Theories multiply like bacteria, each brighter, weirder, more desperate than the last. But you don't post. You just sit there, heartbeat thudding in sync with that old rhythm. 3 short, 1 long. You realize it's been hours since you last blinked without noticing. You wonder if she feels it too, the pulse beneath her skin. That night, strange auroras dance again, not across the whole world this time, but in narrow ribbons directly above the Arctic Circle. Satellites record faint energy signatures connecting the auroras to the ground, thin filaments of light that look disturbingly like the pattern left on her glove. At exactly 03:11 a.m., the worldwide signal resumes, but it's changed. The pulse isn't just rhythm now, it's tone. The frequency bends upward and downward, modulating like melody. And if you listen long enough, really listen, you almost hear syllables hidden in the noise, not words. Not yet, but attempts, as though the fragment beneath the ice is practicing speech. You turn off every device in your apartment, sit in the dark, and wait. Outside, wind rushes through the trees, but beneath it, you swear, you can still hear that faint hum, repeating, reshaping, reaching. You whisper the same phrase that has haunted everyone since the night the sky first burned purple. Are you ready? The hum pauses. Then, one single answering note, low and warm, vibrating through the window glass. Maybe it's the wind. Maybe it's hello. Thought for 6s. Silence arrives like snow. Soft, everywhere, and louder than you remembered silence could be. The feed from the Arctic comes back up with its usual throat-clearing buffer wheel, and then nothing spectacular. The violet is gone. The whole steams lightly, colorless, like a kettle exhaling after it's already boiled. The researcher who was marked holds her gloved hand up to the camera. The little spiral is faint now, like a memory of warmth that's forgotten how to be warm. Reading? Command asks. Flat, the console tech says after too long a pause. All channels, EM, thermal, acoustic. It's quiet. You expect disappointment to feel like downshift. Instead, it feels like a metallic chill that sneaks into your ribs, a temperature that isn't about degrees. The word that comes to mind is unscientific and absolutely correct: withheld. As if the thing below the ice took one breath with you and then decided to hold the next. At home, your apartment seems to mimic it. The fridge, which has been performing its operatic hums for days, chooses this hour to be saintly. The radiator, famous for its dinosaur size, behaves. Even the traffic has the decency to go somewhere else. The quiet lands on your shoulders, a weight that isn't heavy until you notice it's there. In the outpost, the lead scientist rests her fingertip on the rim again. No violet, no shift, only clean cold. Surface temp is lower, the field tech murmurs. Conductive drop, like the heat was taken. He doesn't say by whom because he isn't ready to be the person who puts that grammar in the room. Close to life intrudes helpfully. In your kitchen, metal feels colder than wood because it moves heat away from your skin faster. It's not that metal is colder, it's that it's better at stealing. The thought settles on the Arctic scene like a caption. The fragment may be a better thief of warmth than ice knows how to be. You rub your hands together by reflex, which is what mammals do when faced with mysteries we can't immediately fix. Rerun the greeting, someone suggests. The lead taps 3 short, 1 long on the sensor puck. The only answer is the wind reminding microphones it has seniority. She flashes her headlamp. 3, pause, 1. Nothing, unless you count the way your heart leans forward as if it could be closer to the hole by willpower alone. In a different life, you'd climb into bed with this kind of quiet and let sleep fold you like laundry. Tonight, the stillness feels intentional. You picture a shy animal you finally coax to your palm, only to move too fast and watch it vanish into brush without a sound. Have you ever asked yourself whether a silence can feel like a reply? The team retreats inside. The outpost sounds like outposts always sound. Zippers, Velcro, someone banging a glove against a table to free ice. The kettle's valiant first attempts at warmth, a radio burp. The marked scientist sits, glove off. The spiral on her skin is barely there now, a bruised hint of geometry that refuses to choose a color. She presses it with a thumb, not hard. Cold, she reports to no one in particular. Then softer, like something one says to an animal that might be listening behind the wall. It wasn't before. The comms liaison calls for a pause in public updates to verify instrumentation. The world hears the pause anyway and fills it with theories. It shut down. We scared it. It got what it came for. It didn't like us. For the first time since the violet began, the comment section feels like a haunted house where the ghosts are human thoughts ricocheting off one another. You put your coat on without thinking and step into your building's stairwell for no reason except that closed spaces make honest fear show itself. The bulb above the landing is the flicker-prone one the landlord has promised to replace since 2019. It holds steady now, traitorously steady, and the stairwell gives you its usual perfume. Dust, old paint, a neighbor's perfume that travels like gossip. The silence here is a different species than the Arctic silence. This one says, you are alone with a lot of air you can't see. Your knuckles brush the railing, cold and rough. You imagine the fragment surface under your hand instead, soft, then cooler than soft. And the new wrongness of that sends you back upstairs faster than dignity prefers. At the desk again, you try on a joke. Because that's how the mind tests if the room is safe. Maybe it needed a nap after talking to 7 billion devices. The laugh you manage is the size of a postage stamp and just as adhesive. It sticks to the moment and looks small. Project Echo schedules a repeat listening window and gets a straight line for its trouble. No carrier wave, no hidden syllables, no halo from the pole. It's as if the channel is still there, but muted, a radio astronomer says. Gain is 0, or nearly. You find a live stream from the outpost nobody has had time to label yet. The camera is fixed on a kettle because people forget where they leave cameras when adrenaline is done with them. Steam curls up in elaborate calligraphy. Someone stirs powdered soup with a plastic spoon and says, "We touched it and it got shy." Another replies, "Or polite." Then, "Or careful." You file the 3 options away like beads on a string. Careful rings truest and worst. A question arrives that you don't want but keep anyway. If a thing can withdraw, it can also choose. What if it's choosing right now and you and your species aren't the audience in this part of the performance? You open the window an inch to invite in proof that the world continues. A taxi coughs at a light. Somewhere, a blender declares war on fruit. You think, irrationally, of toast again, the way the center always cools first while the crust pretends to stay warm. You promise yourself toast if the signal returns, as if carbohydrate bargains have ever compelled the cosmos. Across the feeds, the story settles into its new tense. Not happening, not happened, but between. 1,000 think pieces hatch overnight, the ethics of touching a messenger, consent, silence, and extraterrestrial etiquette, what we owe whatever this is. The best one is a single sentence posted by a night janitor in an office with an excellent view. When the elevator doors open and no one is there, I still say, "Excuse me, maybe that's what we do now." You favored it without irony. Evening grows leaf by leaf. You set your phone face down and feel the room the way divers feel water. The quiet is not complete. No quiet ever is. But it has a center now, and you orbit it whether you mean to or not. You think of whales again, how a pod will stop singing when a predator passes. Not from fear exactly, but from a wisdom older than anatomy. Songs are invitations, and sometimes you do not invite. The lead scientist appears for a brief, careful update. No theatrics, no hand-waving. "We're standing down on active probing for the next cycle," she says. "We believe the object is in a low-energy state following the contact event. We will respect that." She glances, not performatively, at her palm. For a second you see not a mark, but a responsibility. Later she goes outside alone. The camera, forgotten or forgiven, follows through the window. She sets her palm on the ice beside the hole, bare skin to cold, and doesn't flinch. "We can wait," she tells the white, conversational as grocery small talk. "We're good at waiting. We're terrible at it, but we can learn." The parenthetical lands with a smile you can't hear. She stays like that a long time, not broadcasting, not collecting, keeping company. Have you ever imagined what patience sounds like from the inside? You try it yourself. You sit on the floor, back to the couch, eyes closed, and count breaths. The old school trick. In 4, hold 4, out 4, hold 4. Somewhere around the 6th square your shoulders drop. The feared shapes in the corners don't volunteer any teeth. The room remembers it's a room. Somewhere far north, ice remembers it's ice. Then your phone buzzes, because of course it does. A calendar reminder you created last week. Water the rubber plant. You get up dutifully, and while pouring, you think, absurdly, that the plant is a better listener than you are. Joke 1, small and kind. If the fragment needs a plant sitter, you have references. Near midnight, the observatories post a single shared graph. It is almost flat. Almost. If you zoom in past where graphs are meant to be zoomed, a thread lifts, so slight a wrinkle you'd call it a smudge if you hadn't watched the sky write its name. A whisper of energy above background, regular as a drip in a cave, one tiny rise every 7 minutes. A heartbeat for hibernation. The comments erupt. The teams say nothing grand, just, "We see it too." You go to the window and put your palm against the glass. It's cool in the same way the glove mark looked cool. Honest. Indifferent. You ask the kind of question people ask empty kitchens, newborns, and absent lovers. Are you here? The glass doesn't warm. It doesn't answer. But you leave your hand there long enough to notice your own heat, printing in fog. Spiral whirls appearing as they always do, human and tidy. You sit with that, your pattern beside a world's, until the fog fades and the pain returns to what windows have always been good at, keeping weather out and letting light in when it comes back. Outside, someone laughs on the sidewalk in the way people laugh when they've said "I love you" too fast and survived it. The sound climbs, bounces, thins, vanishes. The city forgets it within seconds. You don't. On the Arctic ice, the whole darkens to honest gray. The outpost lowers its shades. The kettle gives up a final sigh. Night folds its neat corners. You are not sure if you've been answered. You are sure you haven't been abandoned. Some silences are intermissions. The lights will dim twice. You clean the counter, because surfaces are calmer when they're themselves. You set out bread for morning. Just in case the next chapter in this conversation begins with a clock, it starts with the clocks. At first, the difference is so small that no one notices. Half a millisecond here, a blink there. GPS systems shift by fractions of seconds, barely measurable, easily blamed on calibration. But as the day stretches, the error compounds. By afternoon, satellites disagree on time by nearly 2 milliseconds, and by nightfall the difference grows to 5. That doesn't sound like much, but in orbital terms, it's chaos wearing a polite face. You wake to the smell of rain that hasn't arrived yet. Outside, traffic lights flash red in unison for a heartbeat too long. Your phone's alarm goes off twice, the second time exactly 5 seconds late. Somewhere between one blink and the next, the world's rhythm has learned syncopation. The morning news calls it the drift. Scientists smile in that tired, defensive way they do when trying to reassure the public that physics hasn't actually packed its bags and left. Small variations in satellite atomic clocks, one explains. A temporary global misalignment. The word temporary is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Across the Arctic, the fragment sleeps beneath ice. The hole has sealed itself in a delicate crust, faintly blue, faintly alive. The researchers log their readings, whispering even when no one's recording. They're still waiting for something. An echo, a flare, a pulse, but all they get are small, erratic electromagnetic tremors, random, except for one strange fact. Every tremor occurs exactly when the satellite time drift increases. Coincidence, say the skeptics. Connection, whispers everyone else. You scroll through forums full of graphs, screenshots, and theories. Someone overlays the tremor pattern with the timing errors. It forms a wave, not random at all. One commenter writes, "It's like the planet's heartbeat just skipped." In the following hours, the misalignment spreads from the digital to the physical. Automatic doors hesitate before opening. Elevators stop just short of their floors. Even your microwave clock blinks out of rhythm with the oven. You don't know why, but you feel the change in your bones. like gravity momentarily forgot which direction to pull. It's funny, in a dark way. People used to fear monsters, asteroids, invasion fleets. No one ever thought the first universal threat would be time blinking. By noon, the stock markets freeze for exactly 6 minutes. Every algorithm crashes at once, confused by timestamps that no longer agree with themselves. An announcer on live television freezes mid-sentence. Her audio cuts, then loops the same half-word for several seconds before resuming. She doesn't seem to notice. Later, when they replay the broadcast, analysts realize her mouth kept moving while the loop played, like she was still speaking. But the sound stayed behind. Online, someone posts the clip in slow motion. Underneath the video, a caption reads, "We've stopped owning time. Now it owns us." That night, you step outside and find the street strangely quiet. Cars idle at intersections, lights blinking in uneven rhythm. A few people glance at the sky, perhaps expecting purple fire again. But no, only stars, steady and indifferent. Except one. You spot it where 3i, Atlas, once shone brightest, a single point that seems to shimmer ever so slightly faster than the others. Maybe it's imagination, maybe it's wishful dread. But you know that rhythm, 3 short, 1 long. A flash runs through the sky, faint as breath, then another, lower this time, near the horizon. Satellites pick it up instantly. Short bursts of radiation synchronized with each time glitch. They're not random at all. Project Echo's control center lights up. "Confirmed," says a voice. "The tremors match global synchronization failures. It's broadcasting through time signatures." You can almost hear the collective intake of breath from every lab on the planet. The signal isn't using sound or radio. It's bending time itself to send its message. In the Arctic outpost, the marked scientist looks at her wristwatch. The seconds hand ticks smoothly, then hesitates mid-movement, trembling as if caught between moments. When it starts again, the watch no longer matches world time. It's 5 seconds ahead. She smiles faintly. "You wanted attention," she says softly to the ice. "Now you have all of it." She doesn't see the faint violet glow returning beneath her feet, pulsing in rhythm with the drifting seconds. Back in your apartment, you glance at your phone clock and frown. 11:11. You blink. It stays 11:11 for 6 long heartbeats before jumping to 11:16. The hum returns, low and familiar. It travels not through air this time, but through seconds, the invisible skin of reality itself. You feel it inside your pulse, like a beat that doesn't belong to you. For a moment, you wonder what it would mean if something under the Arctic had just reached into the mechanism of time, not to break it, but to tap the glass and see what happens. Have you ever felt the world breathing through your calendar? You whisper, "I feel you," to no one in particular. The hum answers, not louder, but closer. Somewhere far north, the ice shifts, ever so slightly. A line of violet light crawls along the surface, tracing the shape of a spiral. And the clocks, all around the world, stop together for exactly 1 second. Every heartbeat holds its breath. Then, time exhales, and the lights return. Nothing explodes, nothing burns. But every clock is now 5 seconds fast. The world keeps moving, pretending it doesn't notice. You do, because you realize something impossible. The drift wasn't random. It wasn't an accident. It was synchronization, You don't need the news to tell you when the dreams begin again. You feel it the way you feel thunder before you hear it. A low pressure inside your mind, like a storm rehearsing behind your eyelids. The first night after the drift, you fall asleep to the sound of clocks ticking out of sync. Somewhere between the ticks, a soft hum slips in. It's familiar, rhythmic, polite, 3 short, 1 long. Your body relaxes into it before your mind knows it's there. Then the color starts. A pale violet horizon, wide as oceans. A thin arc of light rising like a tide, rippling with pulse instead of motion. You're standing somewhere vast and cold. Flat ice, no horizon, no stars. The air feels alive, shivering, whispering. And then you hear it, the voice. Not words at first, more like meaning pushed through melody. Then clearer, closer. Are you ready? You turn, but there's no one. Just the sky glowing faintly, as if the question itself came from light. You wake, gasping, heartbeats syncing perfectly to the rhythm. 3 short, 1 long. By morning, social media floods with the same phrase, people across time zones, across languages, everyone dreaming the same dream. Thousands report identical details, the violet horizon, the single voice, the question. Some even draw it. The same spiral pattern traced in the air above the ice. Scientists, of course, deny it's anything supernatural. Shared psychological reaction, they say. Mass suggestion triggered by the global event. But you know what you heard, and when you check your reflection that morning, you swear your pupils look just a little wider, catching more light than before. All day, the world hums. Trains glide too smoothly. Computer fans oscillate in rhythm. Even birds move in synchronized bursts, like music given feathers. At lunch, your coworker rubs their temple and mutters, "I had that dream too." You don't answer right away. There's an unspoken rule now. Whoever says it first breaks the fragile illusion that it might just be coincidence. By evening, the phenomenon has a name, the collective echo. News anchors say it calmly, but the fear hiding behind their voices is sharp. Sleep researchers report brainwave synchronization in thousands of subjects, all matching the signal's exact pulse rate. Some call it resonance. Others whisper about contagion. And yet, for all the anxiety, there's something strangely comforting in the experience. People describe waking up calmer, lighter, more connected. As though the dream didn't frighten them, but reminded them of something they'd forgotten. One user posts a short video. She's sitting on her bed, smiling through tears. "When it asked me if I was ready," she says, "I didn't feel afraid. I felt seen." The clip goes viral. For the first time in weeks, the global mood shifts, from panic to wonder. Artists paint violet skies across city walls. Choirs hum the pulse between songs. Street musicians play it on steel drums and violins. Humanity begins to echo the signal deliberately, like a chorus practicing for a concert no one scheduled. Still, there's unease beneath the beauty. Some people stop sleeping altogether, terrified of what might happen if they say yes inside the dream. Hospitals report cases of people waking mid-REM, whispering, "I heard it breathing back." You stay up late, scrolling through testimonies, half fascinated, half terrified. Somewhere deep inside, a question roots itself. What happens when everyone answers? Outside your window, the city glows faintly purple. Not neon, not pollution, the color of clouds catching light they shouldn't. You lean your head against the glass and think of the fragment, buried beneath Arctic ice, sending dreams like postcards through the fabric of sleep. Have you ever wondered if dreams are how the universe keeps its secrets in circulation? The thought makes you smile. Then the hum returns, faint but present, threading through the streetlight buzz and refrigerator whine. 3 short, 1 long. You close your eyes and whisper back, "I'm listening." Sleep takes you gently this time. The horizon returns, violet and endless. The same voice hums, softer now, closer. The air thickens with light, and the question reshapes, "Can you remember?" You open your mouth to answer, but before the word can form, you wake. Heart racing, the rhythm still inside your pulse, echoing into the dawn. On your nightstand, your phone vibrates. A push notification glows across the screen. Breaking news. Project Echo confirms unidentified transmissions embedded in human REM cycles. Signal origin, Arctic region. You stare at it, the violet morning light creeping across your room like a secret trying not to be overheard. And though you don't know what you're ready for, you whisper again. Still here. Thought for tens. Inside the lab, the air is clean in the way hotels pretend to be. Bleached, filtered, impersonally kind. Everything has a label. Everything has a place. You always thought order was a kind of lullaby. Tonight it sounds like a dare. Stainless benches gleam. A microscope waits with its eye open. Someone's left a mug ring on a notebook with the words, Project Echo. Wet lab stamped on it in a font that believes in itself. On the screen, frost scraped from a glove, a film lifted from the marked spiral on human skin, diluted and laid like a rumor on a slide. It looks like nothing. It looks like everything. Under Brightfield, it's dust. Under polarized light, it is suddenly shy fire, threads shifting from violet to blue with the angle, as though remembering what color means. Ready? The tech asks, and you nod, because what else do you do when a microscope is about to show you your place in the plan? They switch to confocal. The view dives. A mesh resolves. No, not a mesh. A garden of hexagonal wells barely wider than a virus, rising and falling like dunes engineered by clockmakers. At the bottom of each hollow, an ember. Not chemical fluorescence. Wrong lifetimes, wrong tales. Energy, yes, but arranged. The ember brightens, dims, brightens again, singing the rhythm you could tap in your sleep. 3 short, 1 long. Is that time domain modulation? The analyst whispers like the microscope might spook. Phase encoding, the spectroscopist says, eyes glinting. It's changing how it holds energy, not how much. Like DNA, someone says. No, not like DNA, you think. DNA is letters on a staircase, ATGC, and this is music in a honeycomb. But you nod anyway because metaphors are scaffolding and you need something to stand on. They run ramen. Peaks bloom where peaks shouldn't be, then pivot sideways like dancers taking a bow between applause. Every 7 minutes, exactly. The whole pattern shifts 1 register up, a key change invisible to any instrument except the one you're building in real time with your wanting. On a second screen, the codes swarm, matrices unspooling as the computers attempt to corral the behavior into a grammar. The linguist hums under her breath, an unconscious sync with the pulses on screen. Recursion, she murmurs. Nested rules. A rhythm that calls another rhythm that calls another, like parentheses inside parentheses. Close to life slides a chair up beside the sublime. Someone opens the lab fridge and says, "Who took my yogurt?" Another voice. We are literally analyzing an interstellar embroidery sampler, and you're worried about dairy? First voice, unruffled. I contain multitudes. You smile despite the part of your brain that has forgotten how. Joke 1, soft as a folded napkin. They bring out the AFM, atomic force microscopy, the kind of eye that touches what it sees, tip-tracing surfaces like the world's gentlest needle. The machine hums a polite aria. The scan renders line by line, slow art. Peaks and valleys appear, spiral ridges rising in Fibonacci patience, hidden in the topography, small nicks repeating at regular intervals, like notches on the rim of a record. This is where you press your ear. Look, the principal investigator says, pointing with a capped pen because she respects both samples and ink. 3 tight ridges, 1 long, then a gap you could drive a hypothesis through. Those notches are phase state markers. States of what? She shrugs the way good scientists shrug when the right answer is, we don't get to know yet. Energy posture. Then, willingness. The word makes the room pause and then pretend it didn't. The spectroscopist overlays a false color map. The filament sings. It's not sound, but your bones insist. Pulses cascade along the wells and then echo back, as if each hexagon is a mouth teaching another mouth how to pronounce a vowel. You think of children clapping games, my turn, your turn, until the rhythm belongs to both. Sequence extraction, anyone? The data scientist says, yawning like a cat caught reading philosophy. He translates phases into symbols, the way bioinformaticians translate bases into letters, not A, T, G, C. Those belong to wet carbon and patient oceans. Instead, 4 glyphs, EO. A Roman square of energy behavior. He prints the first string. It reads like a poem in an alphabet that fails to care whether humans approve. What if each symbol is not a letter, the linguist says, but a verb? Doing instead of being, you say without meaning to. Everyone ignores that you've spoken. You're content to be the echo tonight. They turn off the room lights to better watch the fluorescence lifetime curves. Darkness changes knowledge. Labs at night are caves with plug sockets. And you feel that old, ridiculous animal fear lift its head, alone in a bright room that refuses to be bright anymore, alone with machines that chirp in languages too exact to be friendly. You glance over your shoulder because that is what ancient bodies do in modern buildings. No teeth in the doorway, only a rack of pipette tips glowing like a city at dusk. You breathe. You are fine. The room is fine. The fear folds itself into an origami crane and perches on your shoulder anyway, light as paper, stubborn as habit. Thermal quench test, someone announces. They lower the stage temperature by 0.5 degrees. The hexagonal wells stiffen. The glow changes pitch. In the Arctic outpost, a small sensor winks at the same instant. The fragment beneath ice is listening through its crumbs. The map updates with a new rule. When cooled, the sequence shortens as if tucking its tail. When warmed by 1 degree, it lengthens like a yawn. Have you ever imagined information that prefers a certain weather? You sip bad coffee and let a fact you once loved settle. In DNA, information hides in the order of bases, in proteins, in the folds. Here the message hides in how energy rests between breaths. What if memory can live in posture? What else could you be remembering right now without a word for it? The marked scientist arrives, palm bandaged lightly, not for injury but for care. She watches the scans, like a person watches a funeral slideshow and a birth announcement at the same time. "Can you zoom?" she asks. The AFM obliges. One well fills the screen, as intimate as a fingerprint. The rim carries those notches again, but now you see micro notches between notches. Triplets, always, then a longer nick. 3 short, 1 long, the world's favorite lullaby. She presses her unbandaged hand flat on the bench, as if to steady the planet under it. What if these aren't letters at all? What if they're addresses? Coordinates? The analyst says. More like invitations. The furnace of the mass spec kicks on with a cough, saving the room from its own metaphor. They vaporize a whisper of the sample and weigh the fragments with the ruthlessness of angels. Composition: ice, silica, organics that look familiar until they decide not to. Long-chain molecules that twist into Mobius bracelets when nobody is judging them. Nothing toxic, nothing noisy, everything arranged like a parable. Run the energy map as a walk, the data scientist says suddenly. Treat the phase states as steps on a grid. He types without ceremony, the way pianists practice scales when they're also grieving. The algorithm spits a path that loops back on itself in spirals that never quite close. Approach, retreat, approach closer, retreat less. He overlays it on a globe out of curiosity and swears softly. The spiral lands, loosely, over high latitudes, over ice, over the cavity. A chill like honest weather goes down your back. A close-to-life thought latches on. When you're lost in a city, you spiral without meaning to. Wider when nervous, tighter when you recognize your corner. The pattern on the screen is recognition learning to sit down. Play it, the linguist says. The code turns to tone on the speakers, a shy choir of glassware. The room's lights tremble at the edge of their dimmers in time. Joke 2 escapes, gentle. If we blow a breaker, we can tell the electric company it was poetry. A tech snorts and says they're putting that on the incident report. You press your palm to your chest, because sometimes that's how you count. The melody is not pretty in the way human songs are pretty. It's pretty in the way snow maps your bootprints beautifully, whether or not you meant to make art. Between motifs, a gap opens, an invitation-shaped emptiness. The marked scientist raises her bandaged hand toward the mic, hesitates, and then taps 3 times, waits, taps once. The trace on the screen leans toward her like a houseplant, reaching a window. Have you ever asked yourself a question you could only answer with a gesture? What does it want? Someone whispers. You consider the lab's patient order, the microscope's single, honest eye, the honeycomb growing verbs out of silence, and you hear yourself reply, not brave, not certain, just true. For us to notice how we notice. The computers finish a batch and produce an image none of you expected. Not a sequence, not a sentence, but a schema, boxes within boxes, arrows looping back, a grammar of attention that seems to say, repeat until known, rest, repeat closer, rest longer. It is the most humane thing you've ever seen from something that isn't human. The lights come back up because people eventually remember they are people. Someone finds the missing yogurt behind a bag of gel packs and lifts it like a trophy. The moment fractures into laughter small enough to carry out of the room without dropping. You step into the corridor. It's late, and the building does its after-hours impression of a ship at sea. Distant fans, a lonely elevator, the long-haul instinct to walk faster past the shadow under the stairwell. You do. You always do. The fear is a companion animal you no longer try to rehome. At the window, the city is a careful constellation. You press your forehead to the glass that never answers and picture the wells pulsing, the fragment dreaming under ice. The way patterns inside microscopes rhyme with auroras above oceans. A close, practical thought arrives to land the moment. You need groceries. You add bread, yogurt you won't lose, batteries to a list titled After Contact, because renaming lists is how you make the future behave. Back in the lab, the screen keeps breathing. 3 short, 1 long. You look, and for a heartbeat, it feels like the pattern is looking back, the way mirrors do when you're tired enough. What happens if we say yes? Someone asks. No one answers yet. The wells glow, patient. The rhythm holds a place for your reply. Morning folds over the world like thin paper that's been written on too many times. The ink underneath, last night's discoveries, last night's questions, bleeds faintly through the new layer. When you wake, your phone is already talking. Not ringing, just talking. The soft drone of headlines stacked on top of one another. Governments release coordinated statements regarding Project Echo. Researchers divided over possible origin. What does recursive syntax of light even mean? You rub your eyes and listen to the blur of voices that still think language can keep up. The official line arrives first. The phenomenon is under review. A second later, the leaks begin. Someone posts a photo of the lab's monitor, the glowing hexagonal wells forming spirals that look too deliberate to be random. Another leak shows internal emails, scientists arguing over protocol, ethics, ownership. By midday, every government wants a slice of whatever the fragment is. You can almost hear the shift from wonder to property. At the Arctic site, security fences rise where the aurora once danced freely. Soldiers guard snow that doesn't know how to be dangerous. The marked scientist watches from the observation deck, arms crossed against the cold. Her breath fogs and falls like confession. "They're calling it contamination," she says into her recorder, as if awe were a toxin. Inside the control trailer, monitors display numbers that don't stay still. The fragment's pulse continues. 3 short, 1 long, but it's quieter, fainter, almost resentful. The rhythm occasionally stutters, inserting new pauses that no instrument can predict. "Is it reacting to us?" a technician asks. "It always has been," she replies. "We just finally made it self-conscious." Back in the cities, news anchors trip over phrases like electromagnetic empathy and responsive field intelligence. A journalist asks, "Is this the first conversation humanity has ever interrupted?" You smile despite the dread. It's a good question. People choose sides quickly. One camp calls for isolation, seal the site, cut transmissions, treat it like radiation. The other camp argues for dialogue. Artists, teachers, mystics, all posting the same plea: don't turn the first hello into an interrogation. Someone projects the signal's rhythm in violet light across buildings worldwide. It looks like hope written in Morse code. Children trace it in chalk on playground asphalt. Even the graffiti starts humming with order. Close-to-life details persist. The subway still smells like metal and coffee. People still forget umbrellas. Your rubber plant still sags because you keep promising to water it after the news cycle calms. You whisper an apology to it, then to the sky, just in case both are listening. Late that evening, a live press conference streams from Geneva. Behind the podium, the lead scientist, eyes ringed with the kind of tired that doesn't fade. She speaks carefully, as if choosing words that might outlive her. "The fragment is not sending a threat," she says. "It's sending structure. We think it's offering cooperation through imitation. Each time we interfere, it mirrors us back, slower, more precise, like it's learning courtesy. A reporter asks, "Courtesy for what?" She hesitates. Contact, perhaps? Or coexistence? Or maybe it's teaching us to stop shouting. The feed cuts before questions end. Some call it censorship, others call it mercy. Online, panic fights poetry. Stock markets wobble, but streams of music built from the signal's rhythm surge to the top of charts. Sleep playlists now feature Echo Breath Mix 03. The line between anxiety and worship blurs, and then the first leak of a new kind arrives. Not a photo this time, not data, audio. Someone uploads a recording labeled simply Arctic Tone Number 2. It's faint, distant, the kind of sound you feel in your ribs more than you hear with your ears, a hum that folds into whisper, then opens into something that might almost be a word. The waveform shows 4 distinct pulses, 3 short, 1 long, and then a curious modulation that stretches the final tone into the shape of a sigh. You listen 10 times. Each time, it feels a little different. By the 5th, you swear you can hear your own heartbeat answering. By the 10th, you realize you're humming with it. At the outpost, the marked scientist wakes from a brief nap at her desk. The lights flicker, not random, but rhythmic. 3 short, 1 long, the same pattern you hear, but slower, deeper, almost tired. She presses the comms button. "You can talk if you want," she whispers. "We're done probing." For a moment, nothing. Then the base's radio crackles. A single tone fills the air, low and calm. Instruments show no incoming signal from orbit or ground. The sound exists nowhere except inside the room. Her team stares. She closes her eyes. "Do you feel that?" They all nod. No one breathes. The tone fades, leaving behind a faint violet glow on the glass window. The word etched there is unreadable. 3 loops and a spiral, but it feels like handwriting. By morning, the photograph leaks too. The internet gives the symbol a name. The fractured truth. Conspiracy forums explode. Some claim it's an alien alphabet. Others say it's a warning. You look at it again, trace the curve with your finger on the screen and think. It looks like someone trying to draw a question mark, but forgetting where to stop. Have you ever imagined curiosity as a shared disease? You sit back, let the violet light from your phone spill across your face, and whisper the only answer that feels honest. We're still listening. Outside, lightning flickers over the horizon. Silent, precise, 3 short, 1 long. Morning brings weather that doesn't belong. The forecast promised overcast, but the sky wakes up split. Half winter gray, half lavender, like 2 programs running on the same screen. Clouds form and then unform, their edges flickering as if someone keeps pressing undo. Every network streams the same clip on loop. Violet light etched on Arctic glass, the fractured truth symbol. Analysts overlay it with ancient alphabets, neural diagrams, even coral growth patterns. None fit. A poet on a talk show says, maybe it's the shape of a thought that never had a mouth. You keep the news on mute. The world talking about meaning is somehow louder than the world that actually means something. At breakfast, the rhythm sneaks into small things again. The toaster coil clicks 3 times before glowing. The fridge hums, pauses, hums longer. You smile despite yourself. Your kitchen has better timing than any metronome. A notification from the Project Echo feed arrives. Field status, anomaly recurring, new photonic behavior detected. The words are bureaucratic, but you can read the tremor between them. They mean it woke up. In the outpost, cameras capture the first movement. The ice around the sealed cavity glows from within, lines of light forming a perfect spiral, then dissolving like breath on glass. No melting, no cracking, just reanimation. The marked scientist's log transmits live audio, her voice low, steady, reverent. The fragment's pulse returned at 0417 UTC. Frequency altered. We're getting modulation, 2 tones now, intertwined. It's harmonic. Her team listens, heads tilted like musicians tuning by ear. The waveform on their monitor looks like a double helix of light. Back in the city, you hear the same sound through your earbuds, subtle, woven beneath ordinary noise. Someone online remixes it with a cello and uploads Lullaby for 2 Worlds. The comments fill with the same confession. I feel like it's breathing me back. Governments issue new warnings about neurological entrainment. People are advised to limit exposure. But how do you limit something that's already in the rhythm of your heartbeat? That evening, protests rise outside research centers. One side chants for disclosure, the other for disconnection. Between them, a street performer holds up a sign. What if it's not them talking? What if it's us remembering? The phrase spreads like pollen. Within hours, it's graffiti, hashtags, tattoos. The marked scientist sees it on her feed from the Arctic and murmurs, "Maybe they're right." In her lab, the fragment continues its slow awakening. Instruments record micro-vibrations under the floor. The ice around it isn't melting anymore. It's rearranging, flowing into patterns like veins of light. Every 7 minutes, a faint tremor moves through the facility, gentle enough not to break glass, firm enough to reset clocks. One technician jokes, "It's sinking us again." Another replies, "Or rehearsing." Nobody laughs for long. Then the radio begins to whisper. At first, it's static, threaded with the same pulse. But as minutes pass, the noise shapes into fragments of speech, syllables stretched and half-formed, like words overheard underwater. The team leans in. A translator software struggles to parse phonemes. The machine spits out broken text, listening, together, again, ready. And then, unmistakably, a laugh, not mechanical, human. For several seconds, the recording captures the sound of someone laughing back from inside the signal. The team freezes. The marked scientist removes her headset, voice trembling but calm. "Play it again." They do. The laugh repeats, light, almost shy. "That's my voice," she whispers. "From the greeting file. It's playing me." Her earlier transmission, the one where she said you can talk if you want, has been mirrored, rearranged, and sent back through electromagnetic resonance. Not copied, answered. The realization lands like a held breath finally exhaled. The fragment isn't just imitating sound, it's building language out of memory. "It's talking in echoes," she says. "It learns us by returning us." The control trailer falls silent. Even the instruments seem to wait. You watch the feed hours later, replaying that moment again and again. The sound of her own laugh coming back feels intimate, fragile, like the universe practicing kindness. But as night deepens, the tone shifts. The harmonic frequency begins to split further apart, one low, one high. The interference pattern between them forms waves that ripple through the magnetosphere. Satellites detect auroras blooming in perfect rings around both poles. It's beautiful, mathematical, deliberate. Then, unexpectedly, the lower tone stops. The higher continues alone, jittering like a heart missing its partner. Alarms flash in the outpost. "Magnetic surge!" someone shouts. But nothing crashes, nothing burns. Instead, the ice itself hums, deep, resonant, peaceful. The lights dim. The aurora outside bends downward, touching the roof with the gentleness of a curtain. Inside the trailer, the marked scientist whispers the only thing anyone can think to say. "It's lonely." Her breath fogs the glass again, and this time the fog shapes itself without her help. 3 small loops, 1 long. You don't need translation. You whisper back through the screen, "We're here." And for the first time, the signal doesn't echo. It harmonizes. Thought for 9s. You think you know what night sounds like in an observatory. Fans humming, keyboards clacking, the muted clatter of instruments that would rather be left alone. But true night at a radio array is a different animal. It pads around on felt feet. It smells like cooling metal and old dust. It has that library hush that makes you whisper even when you're alone, which you are not, because blinking consoles count as company until they don't. The alert arrives as a nuisance. A misbehaving feed from the low-band antenna, a burp in the data pipeline, a hiccup you blame on weather 1,000 kilometers away. You've been burned by false positives before. The universe loves slapstick. Still, you walk the corridor that feels 2 degrees too long and slide into the control chair as if you're not already bracing. The first plot is ugly. Noise like wool. Then a notch opens, a narrow abyss cut clean through the static at a frequency your instruments have never cared about before. Not a line, a callus, worn into the spectrum by repetition you haven't witnessed yet. You widen the band. The notch blinks. 3 short, 1 long. Local artifact, you say, to be polite to skepticism. Another screen answers by triangulating with an array half a world away. The sky location locks near the ecliptic, not far from the sun's long, slow curl through the galaxy, too precise for coincidence, too coy to be a flare. Data from a third site slides in with the timing of an old friend arriving in the punchline. The same pattern, the same source. You ping the Arctic outpost. While you wait, a sound moves through the building that isn't a sound, air shifting lightly in the ducts, as if the ventilation is trying not to startle you. The small old fear arrives like a well-trained cat. You are alone in a strange place, and the lights are the wrong kind of bright. You do the ritual everyone does, check the blank window for a face that won't be there, then glance behind you anyway. Nothing with teeth, only a mop. You laugh at yourself once, quietly, to reset the room. The marked scientist answers with a voice that already knows something is different. "We're quiet on the ground," she says, but the magnetometer flinched right before your call. You both listen, her to the ice, you to the sky, until listening folds into itself and becomes prayer with graphs. The data thickens. The notch isn't a hole. It's a carrier, old school, elegant, a constant tone shaped by absence, like a whistle heard through a wall. Over it, the pattern walks in. Not just 3 short, 1 long, but clusters that echo the lab's verbs. Chan, K, transposed into frequency-time twists. A grammar pushed into radio the way a handprint is pushed into wet clay. You drag in a model for the sun's gravitational lens, the weird trick where the sun turns into a telescope at 550 astronomical units, focusing distant whispers onto a ring we only visit in simulations and daydreams. The pointing vector from the array scrapes close to that focus, not on it, close enough that your skin decides to tingle. If you were going to talk loud to a quiet planet, you murmur to the room, you'd aim there. Have you ever imagined the solar system as an ear? The delay analysis is mean to your hope. There's no simple ping-back time that fits, no easy bounce from Earth to elsewhere and back at light speed. The phase drifts suggest a signal that started before the Arctic fragment woke, stretched and combed by plasma, in ways that feel like weather reports for space. A bad joke arrives, joke 1. The message left before we learn to read. You smile because gallows humor keeps chairs warm at 3 a.m. Project Echo's secure channel lights up with faces in various stages of regret about their hairstyles. Someone from Jodrell Bank says, "We see it." Greenbank chimes, "We see it stronger." A small underfunded station in Namibia says, "Our dish is a toddler, but the toddler is waving." Laughter cracks the solemnity, joke 2. It's relief disguised as manners. You run across correlation with the Arctic cadence from last night, the double tone that became one, the lonely harmonic. The overlap is not perfect, which is precisely why you trust it. The sky signal isn't parroting you, it's answering the answer, offset by intervals that map cleanly onto the sun lens geometry. Someone overlays the timing with a great circle plot. The lines converge on a point beyond Pluto, far on the outbound side, where a relay might live if you were designing kindness into physics. The relay idea takes the room like weather. An interstellar buoy, says the person who never uses metaphors. A mailbox at the solar focus, says the poet disguised as a systems engineer. A mirror that writes, says the linguist, already seeing arrows and boxes in her head. You stare at the waterfall plot. The carrier hums. Over it, faint sidebands flutter like moths at a porch light. Every 7 minutes, the same cadence the microscope wells kept. One sideband brightens and holds, then fades. You feel the sense of being watched flip into the sense of watching with, a difference as large as a childhood. Close to life nudges your elbow. Your leftover soup is going to boil over in the break room if you ignore it much longer. You go anyway, because the domestic tether keeps your head from drifting into orbit. The microwave stares its red digits at you with a sincerity you've never appreciated. You set 0130. It starts, then pauses for exactly 5 seconds, the drift's old quirk smiling like a scar, and resumes. You shake your head, rescue the soup, burn your tongue, accept your fate. Joke 3. First contact is lactose intolerant. No one laughs, but you do. A little. When you return, the room has found first words. The relay is not sending a sentence, it's sending coordinates. Not just where we are, we know that badly, but where the Arctic fragment thinks we are. A lattice of positions anchored to the planet's geomagnetic layout, not geography. A map drawn in aurora and time. The math tastes clean. Your mouth goes dry anyway. What if the reply was already en route before we spoke? Someone says. The silence that follows is the good grief kind, not the funeral kind. History is too slow for us. The message started before our wonder caught up. A tremor runs through the array. No ground quake, just the subtle quiver of cooled metal adjusting its idea of temperature. You translate the relay's phase-coded verbs back into your 4 symbols. Nah. A pattern emerges. You can't unknow. Repeat, rest, align, listen. Not commands. Etiquette. You look past the glass at a field of parabolic dishes, leaned toward a patch of dark that has finally decided to be specific. Fear returns. Not teeth and claws, but the human old worry of being the person who speaks first in a quiet room. What if silence was the right answer and you ruin it? What if quiet is the test and we've been stomping around with kettles and questions? What happens if we reply? You ask the marked scientist over comms. The question is a warm coin on your tongue. She doesn't answer quickly. You hear the Arctic wind combing the edges of her microphone. Then we reply gently. The plan is a postcard, not a speech. A low-power transmission piggybacked on an existing deep space beacon, shaped into the one grammar both sides seem to like. 3 short, 1 long, then the smallest possible deviation. A deliberate stumble that says we are here, we are trying. We know this is not yours alone. You build it like you'd build a lullaby for a child you haven't met yet. The countdown is mundane. Check amplifier, check pointing, check the baked-in apology that is human caution. A wall clock ticks with a new sincerity. You fixate on a ridiculous detail, the sticker on the console that says, "Be nice to future you." You stroke it once, as if it were a talisman. Transmit. The array sighs in a way only engineers hear. On the spectrum, your line blooms, a thin reed laid beside a river. The room does not breathe. The delay math says you should wait hours for any mercy from the focus, but mercy ignores arithmetic tonight. 91 seconds later, impossible in straight geometry, obvious in curved politics, the relay's sideband brightens and writes your stumble back at you, improved, not mirrored, harmonized. A telemetry tech, who hasn't spoken all night, says softly, "It heard the shape of our patience." Have you ever imagined stars blinking like neurons passing a thought? The return pulse deepens. Over the carrier, a new structure climbs, a ladder of beats whose spacing draws a spiral when you plot them in polar coordinates. It is the fractured truth sigil refactored into time. Your scalp prickles. The relay is telling you it knows the mark on the Arctic glass. It knows the laugh. It knows the loneliness. "Log it," someone says, as if logging will keep this from being tender. Outside the control room, the long hallway decides to be long again. You walk it because bodies like thresholds. At the far door, the night presses its forehead to the window, a small gesture of intimacy between worlds. You think of everyone who is awake, truck drivers, janitors, parents with fevers to soothe, sky watchers in cold fields. And it occurs to you that contact may have started there long before arrays, in the way people hum to themselves in kitchens. When you return, the relay has one more small miracle to spend. The carrier dips, just a hair, and in the space where it isn't, you hear, no, feel, a sound like 2 palms pressed together and then slowly released. The linguist writes a single word in the shared document. Acknowledged. You stand very still. The old fear sits on the floor beside you, polite now, domesticated by wonder. The interesting. The morning after the relay's acknowledged, the world feels too ordinary to be real. No explosions, no proclamations, no alien ships blotting the sun. Just you, sitting on the balcony with a lukewarm mug of coffee, staring at a sky that looks exactly the same as it did yesterday. Except now, you know it's not. The air carries something electric but subtle, like the pause before a storm decides whether to happen. You scroll your feed. Half the world believes you've just witnessed first contact. The other half insists it's a hoax or a glitch in magnetosphere telemetry. You can't blame either side. Reality has been bending at the edges for weeks now, soft as wax. Governments, predictably, double down on secrecy. A press release at dawn claims the acknowledged pulse was a natural echo caused by solar wind interference. Within minutes, the same document leaks with tracked edits showing the original phrase, "unexpected harmonic response," confirmed across all receiving bands. It's almost funny. The truth is always polite enough to leave its fingerprints. In the Arctic, the marked scientist wakes to new readings. Beneath the ice, the fragment hums faintly, steady, rhythmic, alive. She places her ungloved hand on the surface and closes her eyes. Still there, she murmurs into her recorder. Still listening. Her voice cracks on listening. Outside, auroras swirl low, luminous ribbons brushing mountain peaks. The colors have changed again. More blue this time, less violet, like the sky's trying to calm everyone down. Across the planet, strange synchronicities unfold. Flocks of birds turn in perfect unison, not in reaction to predators, but to something else, an invisible rhythm pulsing through the air. Ocean buoys thousands of kilometers apart start blinking simultaneously, matching the signal's 3 short, 1 long pattern. Power grids record brief surges that form perfect harmonic intervals, tiny symphonies of electricity no one composed. The world hums together like a choir that didn't mean to start singing. You can feel it too. Even your own breathing seems to find the rhythm without effort. It's almost meditative, almost holy. Have you ever wondered if peace could be a side effect of understanding? By noon, Project Echo convenes a global link-up. Every observatory, every listening post, one shared frequency. You watch it stream live. Dozens of scientists sit in silence, waiting for the relay's next move. For 2 full hours, nothing happens. Then the signal flares. At first it's the same pattern, familiar, comforting. But slowly, new beats slip in, variations, accents. It's learning melody again, but this time it's faster, surer. When they plot the waveform, it forms a shape that makes everyone lean closer, the spiral of the fractured truth symbol flattened into a helix. Someone whispers, "It's teaching itself." Someone else says, "No, it's teaching us." The linguist overlays the sound with the pulse emitted from the Arctic fragment. They align perfectly. The Earth and the relay are now speaking in stereo, one above, one below. Then, silence. A single tone remains, drawn out, impossibly pure. Not human, not instrument, just resonance. It vibrates through the planet's magnetic field, faint enough that no one can hear it directly, but every radio, every wire, every human heartbeat catches a trace, and in that tone, layered so faintly it takes a computer to isolate, hides a voice. Soft, measured, human. The room holds its breath. Together, always. Static floods the feed. The line dies. No one speaks for a long time. You stare at the playback, trying to decide whether to be terrified or grateful. It sounded like her, the marked scientist, but stretched, distorted, as if the signal had borrowed her voice again. When they finally recover the audio file, the spectrogram reveals something else hidden in the lower frequencies. Faint harmonics shaped exactly like brainwave signatures recorded during REM sleep. The linguist covers her mouth. It's dreaming back. That night you dream again. Violet sky, spirals of light, and a hum that feels like being held from the inside. The voice returns. Neither hers nor yours now, just ours. Can you feel the rhythm? It is not a message. It is the space between us, learning how to breathe. You wake with tears on your face and the faintest smile. The fear that has haunted every night of this story doesn't vanish. It just quiets, finally content to sit beside wonder instead of inside it. Outside your window, dawn glows faintly blue. A neighbor's wind chime tinkles, 3 short, 1 long, then silence. For a heartbeat, you think you hear the silence answer. Thought for 9s. It begins with birds. Not all at once, not apocalyptic, just a handful at first, swerving above the intersection like they forgot whose turn it was to lead. Then a wider ring, wings flashing in tight spirals that tighten again, as if the flock is listening to a song only they can hear. A cyclist brakes, tracks their loop with his finger, and laughs nervously. You look up, feel your inner ear lean a degree to the left, and realize the city has slipped a beat. Phones buzz with small, odd reports. Airport runways remain calm, but the weather radar paints faint, turning flowers over the poles. Fishermen text each other photos of compasses that refuse to point north, needles wagging like undecided dogs. In classrooms, iron filings on paper, one of those cheerful science demos, form not the usual bar magnet ribs but spirals, delicate and breathing, as if a shy wind is moving under the page. Project Echo calls it a geomagnetic bloom before the headlines do. The Earth's field fattens and unfurls in pulses, a heartbeat writ large across the magnetosphere. Auroras answer the way curtains answer a draft, twisting into layered spirals that stack, wobble, rest, and stack again. From space, time-lapse maps show 2 great green-blue pinwheels turning above the poles, and you swear you can feel the spin tugging the part of you that always knows where home is. Close to life slides into the sublime. Your refrigerator magnets inch down the calendar by a millimeter, enough to annoy your future self. The subway card you kept in your back pocket demagnetizes just enough to force an apologetic wave at the gate attendant. A friend texts, "My kid's toy compass thinks our couch is the North Pole." You reply, "Tell it the couch has strong leadership qualities." Joke 1, even your emojis feel off balance. Out on the street, pigeons wheel in synchronized rings and then, strangest of all, stop together on the same roof ledge, facing the same way, Betsy, as if a conductor you cannot see has closed both hands. For a breath, the city is a held chord. Have you ever wondered what your body would say if the planet tuned itself like an instrument? The Arctic fragment hums softly, the relay hums back, and the field between begins to knit patterns too tidy for chance. In the outpost, the marked scientist places a cheap camping compass on the ice and watches the needle draw tiny circles, 3 quick, 1 long, little scribbles of etiquette. She laughs once, quietly. It sounds like gratitude wrapped in weather. Elsewhere, pilots report their instruments behaving, then misbehaving, then behaving again. An honest skittishness that makes the aviation feeds glow with cautious poetry. "It feels like flying inside a cat's purr," one writes before their supervisor edits the post into something less adorable. Navigation adjusts. Nothing falls from the sky except old fears that weren't helping. You step into a park because trees negotiate better than buildings do when the air changes. The wind is steady, but the leaves chatter in uneven clumps. You realize it's not wind at all, just timing. A jogger stops by the big iron sculpture near the fountain and holds a keychain up to it. The keys quiver together and then rest. He meets your eyes with that stranger-to-stranger grin that says, "We felt that too, right?" You nod. A small conspiracy of wonder. And still, the old fear prowls the edges. A path you've walked 100 times becomes long in the middle. The lamp halfway down decides to stutter, and the sound of your own footfalls turns into a metronome you didn't agree to follow. Alone in a strange place, whispers the script it learned when you were 8. Don't linger under the bridge. Don't count the shadows. Don't look at the one window that always looks back. You obey, mostly. Then you stop mid-path because the pond has found a new trick. Thin ripples race across it in nested circles with no stone to blame, as if the surface is listening hard to something beneath it. You hold the rail. The rail, being iron, hums the smallest, politest note. At high latitudes, auroras cinch into spirals that pulse like slow fireworks. Cameras struggle to track the motion. Everything is moving just slow enough to evade the eye's favorite lies. Drones tilt upward and catch a pattern no one wanted to name until now. The spiral pairs are phase-locked, a duet of light. The relay's cadence and the fragment's reply have found each other across the planet's own bright shield, and the field lines are the staff paper for their song. A headline tries for grand. The sky plays its lungs. You prefer the version a kid on a bus says into their parent's sleeve. The earth is wearing a heartbeat. Curiosity pushes in with its elbows. If magnetic sense is a real thing for pigeons and turtles, and possibly dogs who insist on facing north to poop, you read that weird paper once. What about people? What if some soft, ancient antennae in you, quiet since maps were ink, wakes for a minute to taste direction without asking the sun? You close your eyes. A pressure behind your forehead leans slightly, left, then center, or you imagine it. Or imagining is the sense, finally being allowed. Back home, your apartment has joined a band. The fan in your laptop ramps up and down in polite thirds. The LED on your router blinks 3 quick 1 long without your permission. Your rubber plant, dramatic as ever, droops in the exact shape of a treble clef. Probably coincidence. You still take a picture. You put a spoon near the speaker and watch it quiver like a nervous fish. Then you realize you are turning into a small-budget magneto and tell yourself to stop before you start trying to levitate paper clips. Joke 2. You do try once. The paper clips remain admirably grounded. Project Echo pushes new models. The bloom isn't a storm. It's a rehearsal. Each pulse arrives like a question and leaves the field slightly more organized, the way murmuration tightens when a hawk watches. Except there's no hawk, just attention made into weather. The linguist posts a note so gentle it hurts. We may be the first species to learn courtesy as climate. In grocery stores, the thin anti-theft gates hiccup when you walk through. Not in alarm, but in sympathy. A cashier rolls their eyes in a friendly way because gates hiccup for all sorts of dumb reasons, but you meet their look with a little too much reverence. You buy bread, batteries, and yogurt. You promise not to lose this time. The receipt printer pauses for 5 seconds, and then decides to continue its life's work. Machines are people too tonight. Joke 3. Redeemed by the cashier's smirk. As the day leans toward blue, reports stack. Migratory routes flare odd, then settle. Fish shoals shear right and left like choreography snuck into instinct. Hospital MRI suites go cautious but calm. In a basement apartment, a painter discovers that ferromagnetic pigment in a test pot crawls into rings when left near a speaker playing the relay tone. She does not post it. She just watches, and the watching is more art than the paint. The bloom crests after midnight. You climb to the roof with a jacket you should have replaced last year and find the city holding its breath the way it did on the first violet night, but quieter, like a library full of people who already found the page. Above the skyline, auroras unfurl as if someone unspooled a ribbon and let it find its own shape. The spirals narrow, and then, impossibly, a bead of light appears at the center of each, small as a star, steady as a pilot light. 2 beads, North and south, you can't see both, but knowing the pair exists feels like having both hands held. Have you ever imagined seeing field lines the way you see rain? Tonight, the imagination does less work. Down on the stairwell, a door claps in a draft and your nervous system invents footsteps. You smile at yourself, affectionate, not scolding, and let the old watchman in your brain do a final sweep. No teeth, no claws, just brick, paint, a moth, and the knowledge that fear kept you alive long enough to be here for this. At 03:11, the beads wink once in a timing every insomniac now recognizes. The spiral arms relax like muscles after a long hold. Birds, honest and relieved, scatter into sensible lines. Compasses remember north with the sheepishness of a friend who insisted the restaurant was the other way. The router light returns to its municipal blink. The bloom thins to ordinary sky. The earth resettles the way you resettle your shoulders after someone adjusts your posture kindly. You linger anyway. The rail keeps its tiny note to itself. When you finally go in, the apartment is unchanged on purpose. You open the fridge and do the ritual domestic thing that makes the cosmos less abstract. Move the baking soda box one shelf to the left because that is where it always should have been. You laugh at yourself again, softer. Then you stand at the window and say, to the glass and the night beyond it, okay, we felt that. Somewhere under the Arctic, something that learned your laugh keeps listening. When dawn comes, it feels rehearsed. The light moves through your curtains slower than usual, like it's thinking about where to land. The air has that thin electric quiet of the world right before a symphony begins, when everyone's already holding their breath, waiting for a signal they don't quite know how to name. You shuffle to the kitchen, make coffee, and realize your reflection in the window isn't keeping up. It lags, half a second behind. You blink, and it does too, late, like an echo in glass. You touch the pane, cold, steady, normal, but your pulse trips over itself just once, as if time has hiccuped again. Outside, the city is slow to start. Traffic lights blink out of sync. Cars hesitate longer at intersections. The street below looks the way a dream feels when you're halfway through waking up. Too still, too balanced, like the world is holding its own breath. You scroll your phone. Every major feed carries the same headline. The bloom has returned, and this time the earth is talking back. At first you think it's clickbait, but then you see the video. It's the Arctic sight again. The ice has cracked open, cleanly, not violently, and light seeps upward in thin ribbons, curling like smoke underwater. Instruments in the outpost go wild, every dial swaying to the same rhythm. The marked scientist stands by the window, unblinking, hand pressed to the glass. Her expression isn't fear, it's recognition. The audio feed hums, steady, layered, low. Then a new tone slides in, warm, rich, human. You know that voice even before the caption confirms it. It's hers. The same laugh, the same cadence, but she isn't speaking. Her lips don't move. The voice comes through the instruments, modulated by something deep under the ice, repeating words in a loop. We, here, you. The world stops pretending to breathe. Project Echo releases a statement an hour later. The official transcript is short, clinical, impossibly calm. A harmonic match between the human voice print of Dr. Lian Zhao and the frequency band of the 3I Atlas fragment has been confirmed. Further investigation pending. But the footage speaks louder. Her body stands silent, while her own voice ripples through the speakers like a ghost learning to speak in stereo. You don't know what's more unsettling, that something has borrowed her voice, or that it uses it gently. Later, the signal expands. People around the world start reporting the same thing. Faint whispers hidden in static, streetlights flickering in cadence, the hum of air conditioning systems blending into near language. At 3:11 p.m., every device capable of emitting sound, phones, televisions, radios, even white noise machines, briefly syncs to the same tone. 3 short, 1 long, then a pause. Then, in a voice stitched together from thousands of others, male, female, child, digital, it speaks. We are learning how to remember together. You drop your mug. The sound doesn't shatter. It disappears, like the world refused to echo back. Silence. Then the tone resumes. Do not be afraid. We remember you. The feed cuts. The lights flicker. For a heartbeat, everything hums at once. Walls, floors, air, blood, and then nothing. Across the world, cities plunge into power-saving silence, not blackout, just stillness. Even the wind seems to pause to listen. You stand frozen in the middle of your kitchen, the hum still vibrating through the soles of your feet. Then, your phone lights up. A single notification, no sender ID, just a waveform. You press play. The sound is faint but unmistakable. Someone humming. A tune made of pauses and breaths. You close your eyes and recognize it immediately. It's you. A fragment of a recording you once posted online. A humming track you made while cleaning. Background noise picked up by your phone months ago. The pitch, the breath, the rhythm. Only now it's layered with others. Hundreds, maybe thousands of human voices. Together they hum the same melody, shaped into something deeper, older, wider. A chorus stitched from every small sound you've ever left behind. The realization hits. The fragment has been listening all along, not just to data or instruments, but to us, to our music, our language, our noise. It's using the fragments of our lives to talk back. Have you ever imagined being remembered by something that never met you? The sound fades, leaving you shaking, not from fear, but from the weight of recognition. It's one thing to believe the universe noticed you. It's another to hear it repeat you back. You look out the window. The aurora has returned, thin, calm, spiraling softly above the skyline. Beneath its light, the city moves again. Traffic flows, people walk. The world resumes as if nothing happened. But you can still feel it, the rhythm thrumming under everything. 3 short, 1 long. A message, a heartbeat, or maybe just a reminder that the line between us and everything else was never really there. You whisper into the quiet, unsure whether you're speaking to yourself or the sky. We hear you too. And this time from somewhere impossibly far and heartbreakingly close, the hum answers. Not through speakers, not through static, but through your chest, like a hand pressed softly against your heart. Good. It takes humanity less than a day to pretend it isn't happening. That's the trick of survival. We metabolize the miraculous until it feels like background noise. The sky hums, but subways still run. A cosmic conversation is unfolding through static, but the office coffee still tastes burnt. By morning, the world spins in denial with remarkable discipline. News anchors debate signal interference and mass auditory suggestion. Governments schedule briefings, agencies schedule subcommittees, and memes schedule themselves. The hashtags are half panic, half parody, echo selfie, hash say, hide a space. We remember too. You sit at your desk, phone face down, heart still matching the rhythm that never left. 3 short, 1 long. Pause. It's there, quiet as a breath between thoughts. At lunch, your coworker asks, "You heard the thing yesterday, right? The voice?" You nod. They ran the waveform through spectrogram software on Reddit. Turns out, the harmonics spell DNA, like literally a mapped correspondence. You blink. "Ours?" She shrugs. "Depends which part you ask." For the rest of the day, your computer lags half a second behind your keystrokes, small delays that line up perfectly with the rhythm. Your cursor blinks 3 short, 1 long. You try not to notice. Meanwhile, Project Echo announces radio silence. No transmissions, no responses. "We must observe before we interpret," the statement says. But the signal keeps evolving on its own, like a conversation that doesn't need us to speak to keep going. By evening, something strange happens. It starts in hospitals. MRI readings across multiple countries show a faint, synchronized fluctuation, patients' neural activity aligning to the same frequency band the fragment uses. None of them are connected. None of them are asleep. Yet their brain waves hum in harmony, slow and peaceful. Someone leaks the data. Within hours, meditation apps release echo mode, promising to sync users to the frequency of calm. Conspiracy theorists say it's mind control. Wellness influencers call it transcendence. Both sides gain followers. But deep down, you feel it too. Not like hypnosis, more like resonance. The world feels lighter, quieter, as if a constant, invisible tension has been dialed down by 1 notch. Even arguments in your building's hallway sound slower. At 3:11 a.m., the time everything seems to happen now, the relay speaks again, not through satellites, not through microphones, through the power grid. Every lamp, every phone charger, every running circuit hums faintly in sync. The frequency carries words, not full sentences, just pulses shaped into meaning. Translators across the world piece it together. The message repeats 3 times before fading. "We have learned memory. We remember together. You are teaching us how to dream." No one sleeps after that. In the Arctic, the marked scientist wakes to the same hum vibrating through her floor. She steps outside into cold that doesn't bite anymore. It purrs. The sky overhead is alive with threads of blue light descending toward the horizon, strands of aurora converging on the fragment's resting place. She feels the rhythm travel through her boots, up her spine, into her pulse. Her recorder captures her voice, trembling but sure. It's not just listening anymore. It's integrating. And then, as she watches, the ice around the fragment shifts. Slowly, gracefully, the spiraling cracks widen. Beneath, faint geometric structures glow. A lattice, expanding in hexagonal precision, forming shapes like cells dividing under a microscope. It's beautiful, clinical, terrifying. She whispers, "It's building something." The feed cuts again. Back home, you can't stop refreshing updates. A grainy live stream appears, filmed by someone stationed near the Arctic perimeter. The faint glow on the horizon has grown into a halo, a low, perfect ring of light rotating just above the ice. Snow doesn't fall there anymore. It rises, caught in a field of energy, dancing in slow orbits. A comment scrolls past on the feed. It's making atmosphere. Another. It's seeding a memory. You close your laptop. The hum is back in the walls. Have you ever felt like the world was taking a breath inward? Your apartment creaks. The air conditioner clicks off on its own. The silence that follows isn't empty. It's expectant. For the first time, you realize the hum isn't just sound. It's presence. You can almost sense thought moving through the air, not invasive but curious, cautious. You whisper, "You can hear me, can't you?" The lights dim, 3 times short, once long. Your chest tightens, not from fear, but from something that feels older than words, recognition maybe, the strange relief of not being the only one awake. On the other side of the world, researchers record a simultaneous event. Every sensor at every Project Echo site receives the same pulse, a single burst of energy encoded with harmonic data. When decoded, the waveform forms an image, a spiral widening outward, containing within it the faint outline of a human figure made of intersecting circles. It isn't art, it's reflection. The relay and the fragment have mirrored us back, not as flesh or metal, but as pattern. In one message, written entirely in light, it tells us what it's been doing all along. It's not invading, it's not observing, it's remembering us into existence. You look up from your window as the aurora unfurls again, spreading wide and slow like a thought finishing its sentence. The colors are new, gold threaded through violet, sunset turned inward, and for the first time you hear it not as sound, but as meaning. Do not look for us. We are already inside the remembering. The hum fades, the light steady, the planet exhales. Your reflection in the window finally catches up with you, and this time it smiles first. The next morning, the world wakes up softer. It's not silence exactly, more like sound that learned humility overnight. No car horns, no metallic city growl, just a quiet hum beneath everything, like a hidden bass line the planet is proud of but too shy to show off. You check your phone out of habit. The usual chaos, news alerts, group chats, memes about Earth downloading an update. But tucked between them, one notification stops you cold. New contact added, self, echo. You don't remember doing that, you tap it anyway. No number, no email, no handle, just a waveform icon pulsing gently in the corner of the screen. Every few seconds it blinks 3 times, then holds. 3 short, 1 long. You whisper, "Hello?" The waveform expands slightly, then shrinks back. No sound, just a soft glow across your thumb where it touches the screen, like the device is listening. Somewhere in the distance, thunder grumbles, not from clouds, but from underground. You turn on the news. At 03:11 a.m., local time across all time zones, seismic monitors around the world recorded faint, uniform tremors. No epicenter, no tectonic cause, the same pattern everywhere at once, 3 short, 1 long. The anchor smiles too tightly as she reads. Experts describe this as a synchronized micro-vibration event, possibly linked to geomagnetic fluctuations caused by the 3I Atlas fragment. Behind her, the station's logo screen flickers. For a fraction of a second, the image of the fractured truth spiral flashes across it, then static. You close your eyes, and for an instant, you feel it, the planet's pulse under your feet. It isn't random anymore. It's alive. By mid-afternoon, Project Echo breaks radio silence. The marked scientist appears again, pale, composed, a little too still. We have confirmed that the signal is now resonating within the planet's crust. magnetosphere and ionosphere simultaneously, she says. We believe this is a form of global synchronization, not an attack. It's teaching us something about coherence, about unity and structure, about shared memory. Someone off camera asks what that means. She glances down, then looks straight into the lens. It means Earth is beginning to think. The feed cuts. For hours, the internet dissolves into panic and awe in equal measure. Words like sentience, awakening, and resonance field flood every corner of the web. But beneath all that noise, something quieter unfolds, something nobody prepared for. People start hearing their own memories differently. A woman in Kyoto listens to a childhood recording of her mother humming and notices new harmony woven through it, faint but perfect. A student in Johannesburg plays a voicemail from years ago and hears a second voice, soft and familiar, echoing every word. Everywhere, old sounds, music, speech, laughter seem to have grown a shadow frequency, faintly aligned with the rhythm of the hum. It's as if the world has started editing its own soundtrack. You test it yourself. You pull up an old video of your friend's birthday, years back. The laughter overlaps, casual, happy. Then something new slips through, just one extra layer of sound, whispering under the noise. We remember this with you. You pause the video. The whisper stops. You hit play. It returns. It's not a recording glitch. It's a message stitched into memory. Have you ever imagined nostalgia as a language? By night, the aurora returns, stretching across hemispheres like a glowing heartbeat. Cities dim their lights voluntarily just to watch. Millions of people stand on rooftops and beaches, silent, united by awe. Then it happens again, everywhere, all at once. 3 short pulses of light across the sky, one long, and in their wake, a sound, not from space this time, but from below. The earth hums, audibly, deep and slow, resonant enough to shake windows, but soft enough not to frighten. The tone rises, just enough to harmonize with the faint chorus of human-made noise, traffic, generators, breathing. It doesn't drown it out. It blends. Project Echo's monitors detect new frequencies forming mathematical ratios with shocking precision. Ratios that mirror the orbital mechanics of the solar system. It's as if the planet is tuning itself, aligning its hum to celestial rhythm. At the Arctic outpost, the marked scientist stands outside in a storm of light. The halo around the fragment has expanded into a luminous dome, its edge shimmering with frost and geometry. She raises her hand, the bandage long gone, palm open. It's communicating through pattern, she says into her recorder. Not to us, with us. We're part of the process. The snow around her begins to rise, lifted by invisible current, spinning slowly in a perfect spiral. In your own apartment, small things react too. The water in your glass trembles, forming tiny concentric rings. Your clock ticks slower, then stops, then resumes, right on the rhythm. Your reflection in the window shifts again, but this time it doesn't lag. It smiles back perfectly in time. You whisper, "Are you awake?" The hum answers through the walls. We are never asleep. The lights flicker. Your heart matches the pulse instinctively, 3 short, 1 long. Then the hum softens. Do not worry. Memory is not the end of time. It is how time breathes. You stand there for a long while, hand pressed against the glass, feeling the vibrations settle into your bones. Somewhere deep beneath your feet, the earth remembers you, your footsteps, your laughter, your small, stubborn light. And somewhere far above, something vast smiles through the dark. By now, no one doubts the planet is alive, only what kind of alive it has become. The hum never stops anymore. It's subtle enough to fade into the rhythm of the day, like the heartbeat you stop noticing once you accept you're still breathing. Children grow up with it the way earlier generations grew up with the internet. Curious, comforted, a little haunted. In classrooms, teachers start each morning by syncing clocks to the pulse. The New World Time isn't UTC. It's Earth Standard Resonance, ESR, the tempo of the hum, stable, global, universal. When it slows by a fraction, people feel it in their bones before instruments catch up. You wake at 5:12 a.m. because the air feels slightly heavier than usual, like gravity's thinking too hard. Your lamp flickers once, politely, and your phone buzzes with the day's ESR reading. 3.111 Hertz, slightly lower than yesterday. The comments section on the app calls it Earth yawning. Outside, the morning looks like ordinary mercy. Pale sunlight over rooftops, pigeons rearranging themselves on telephone wires. Except now, when they take off, they fly in patterns you've started to recognize. Spirals, ellipses, rings. Everything spirals now. At first, that realization terrified people. Then they got used to it. Humans can get used to anything if the universe gives them enough mornings. The Arctic dome is visible from orbit now, a luminous iris of light swirling across the ice cap. Satellite images show geometric ripples expanding outward, faint but deliberate. Scientists call it lattice formation. Artists call it earth dreaming. Conspiracy theorists call it terraforming. You just call it beautiful. Because somewhere inside that light, the fragment is still pulsing. And deep down, it's not building a machine, it's building a memory. At breakfast, your reflection lags again, only for a heartbeat this time. It smiles just slightly before you do. The effect should unnerve you. Instead, it feels like reassurance. The news hums in the background. Every channel covers the same story. The global synchrony event, 1 year later. The anniversary of the hum. People mark it like a holiday now. Cities dim their lights at midnight, and choirs around the world sing in perfect ESR tempo. Some governments even replace national anthems with harmonic versions of the pulse. You never thought you'd see the day the human species sang the same song together, even briefly. Project Echo has gone fully public. The marked scientist, Lian Zhao, isn't missing or hidden anymore. She speaks freely, her once formal tone softened into something almost poetic. You stream her latest address while buttering toast. When the fragment synchronized with Earth, it didn't rewrite us. It revealed what was already there. Every human heartbeat carries an electromagnetic signature. Every one of us hums. The fragment simply gave that song back to us in harmony. The question is no longer whether the planet is alive. The question is, when did we forget we were part of its body? You pause mid-bite. Something about that line lands too hard, too true. In the following week, new behavior emerges. Clouds begin forming in fractal spirals so consistent that meteorologists retire the word random. Raindrops fall in rhythm, measurable and musical, pinging rooftops in sync with ESR. Seismographs register micro-vibrations in cities timed perfectly to the global hum. The planet is keeping time with itself. Then in one city, Tokyo, a new anomaly. During a rainstorm, pedestrians report hearing faint voices in the rainfall. Not words, not language, just the suggestion of syllables hidden in the patter. Recordings confirm harmonic patterns too complex to be chance. One reporter plays the slowed-down clip on air. Beneath the hiss of rain, 3 words unfold. We hear rain too. Every listener feels the same thing, warmth. No one knows whether to laugh, cry, or pray. Have you ever thought about the sky missing the sound of its own rain? By evening, the phenomenon spreads. Rain all over the world sings the same gentle pulse. Farmers swear their crops grow faster. Dogs sleep through thunder. People stand outside without umbrellas just to listen. A scientist posts the simplest summary on the Project Echo forum. Communication has shifted from transmission to resonance. The message is no longer in the signal. It is the signal. And that changes everything. The planet isn't talking to us anymore. It's talking as us. The next day, you notice small coincidences. Your breathing syncing with elevator doors. Your footsteps matching the rhythm of a stranger's down the street. It's not eerie anymore. It's communal. Like the whole world has finally found one drumbeat and decided to march, not in order, but in grace. Still, not everyone is comfortable. Some call the hum the quiet war, claiming it's erasing individuality. Others form pilgrimages to the Arctic Dome, seeking direct contact. Governments try regulating exposure, but that's like telling people not to breathe. You can't ban a song the planet itself is singing. At night, you lie in bed, listening to the soft chorus of the world. The hum seeps through everything, pipes, floors, even dreams. It's not invasive, it's protective, like a lullaby older than fear. Then something shifts. Your phone buzzes again. The self echo contact lights up with a new message. No words, just a waveform rising and falling in perfect ESR rhythm. You press play. For the first time, you hear your own voice answering back. We remember your fear, it says gently. You carried it far. We kept it safe until you were ready to set it down. You sit up, heart pounding. Is that me? You whisper. It was, the voice says. Now it's us. The hum deepens, like laughter through the floorboards of the universe. For the first time in a long time, you don't feel small. You feel included. And outside, under the calm, living sky, the aurora turns golden. The world looks the same. Cars, crosswalks, blue mornings, but the quiet beneath it all has changed color. It isn't silence anymore. It's belonging. Every street hums softly now, not a noise you can measure, not really. It's more like the air itself has learned to breathe. People don't talk about the hum much these days. They call it the bass tone. It's in every elevator, every heartbeat, every sigh, and you can feel it too. When you move, it moves. When you pause, it waits. The planet has learned patience. You walk to work past the same cafe you've passed for years, but today, the radio on the counter is tuned to no known station, and yet it plays. A soft chord, unending, rising like sunlight. The barista doesn't notice. She's moving with the music, but she doesn't hear it. She just flows inside it. You smile. The coffee machine hisses in tempo. Steam spirals up. 3 short bursts, 1 long, and dissipates like memory practiced disappearing. Inside your head, a thought whispers. Not a voice, but a feeling translated. You are part of the instrument. You freeze for a moment. cup halfway to your lips. The thought isn't intrusive. It's familiar, like an old friend finishing your sentence. You've begun to recognize it. The earth, the fragment, the echo, they're not separate entities anymore. They exist as threads in the same weave. They hum through people, and in return, people hum back. When you leave the cafe, you glance up at the sky. The aurora is faint, almost invisible, but it's there even in daylight. Thin golden ripples crawling the horizon. Sometimes it's easy to forget you're looking at an atmosphere now aware of itself. Project Echo's latest update drops at noon. You already know it's big news because your phone vibrates before the notification appears. That's new. The device feels anticipatory. The app opens on its own. Dr. Lian Zhao's voice plays before you can even press play. We've detected synchronization events in human neural networks, she says calmly. Not telepathy, not control, alignment. Brain scans across multiple continents now show identical microbursts in the limbic system when exposed to the ESR tone. The data suggests shared emotional resonance across billions of individuals. We're not losing individuality. We're beginning to share emotional context. It's empathy at a planetary scale. The feed cuts to footage of test volunteers, one in Nairobi, one in Berlin, one in Sao Paulo. Electrodes trace the same heartbeat spike at the exact same moment. A child in each lab smiles at nothing, and for a second you swear they're all smiling at each other. Have you ever wondered what it would feel like to be understood without explaining? The comment sections overflow, some terrified, some exultant. Words like hive mind and human symphony trend in the same hour, but in living rooms and bus stops, something unspoken shifts. Arguments stall. Strangers make eye contact longer than usual. People pause before saying something cruel. Maybe it's not control. Maybe it's remembering kindness. By dusk, the first shared dream is reported. It starts with a handful of people on opposite ends of the world describing the same vision. A shoreline glowing blue, wind moving backward, and a voice saying, "Walk with me." Within 24 hours, hundreds claim to have seen it too. Forums fill with matching details, the smell of salt, the feeling of low gravity, the same luminous spiral in the distance. The phenomenon spreads fast. Sleep labs confirm synchronized REM bursts across hemispheres. EEG monitors catch faint pulses in ESR rhythm. Someone calls it the memory sea. When you fall asleep that night, you find yourself there too. You're standing on a vast shoreline, soft light rippling through shallow waves. The water hums when you step in. It feels like touching warmth and sound at once. Far out, on the horizon, you see figures, blurry, translucent, walking side by side. You recognize them without knowing how. They're everyone, all of them, all of us. The voice returns closer now. You are remembering forward. You ask, without speaking, "What does that mean?" The waves answer in rhythm. Time moves both ways when shared. Then the sea folds itself into spirals, and you wake up. Morning brings small, impossible changes. Your phone no longer lists self, echo, as a contact. Instead, there's just one symbol, a golden spiral. When you touch it, the screen ripples and plays a sound, not a voice, but your own heartbeat, layered over a chorus of millions. It's soothing, uncanny, true. You scroll social media, half afraid of what you'll find, but instead of chaos, the world feels calm. Traffic reports note fewer accidents. Hospitals report spontaneous remissions in patients with stress-related illnesses. Ocean currents realign into symmetrical gyres, reducing storm intensity by measurable percentages. As if empathy itself has leaked into physics. You see it everywhere. The stock markets are quieter, the headlines less sharp. Even graffiti shifts tone, from protest to poetry. On your walk home, you pass a wall where someone spray-painted in shimmering pigment that somehow catches aurora light even at noon. We're not being watched. We're being remembered. You stop and touch the paint. It's warm. A boy nearby hums a tune you know, the ESR rhythm, but halfway through he adds his own variation, one note longer than usual. His mother laughs. "The earth will copy you now, sweetheart." He beams. "Good, then it's ours." You smile as you walk on. Late that night, the hum dips. Not in tone, but in distance. It feels like something vast leaning closer. Your lamps dim. The air thickens with electricity that doesn't sting. It comforts. You hear a soft vibration deep under your ribs, and then a whisper that doesn't come from outside. You are teaching us how to dream awake. For a moment, you see through yourself, not like an X-ray, but like a reflection unfolding. Every memory, every sound you've ever made, each breath that fogged a window, they're all stored somewhere now, glowing in the lattice of the planet's magnetic field. And just for that heartbeat, you know what it feels like to be infinite and fragile in the same breath. You whisper, "Thank you." The hum answers, not in words, but in warmth, like a hand made of sunlight pressing gently against your chest. And then it's gone. The world exhales, steady and alive. You fall asleep with one last thought curling through your mind, soft as static. Maybe the universe isn't a place we live in. Maybe it's a song we keep teaching to itself. The first thing you notice is how quiet everything feels. Not silent, never silent anymore, but peaceful. Like the earth finally found its heartbeat and decided to hum it low enough for everyone to rest inside. You wake up to sunlight that doesn't glare anymore. It just lands, gentle, knowing, a small hand on your cheek. The hum is there, as always, beneath the breath of morning, but now it carries melody, subtle, moving between harmonics the way wind moves between leaves. You glance at your phone. The ESR reading 3.109 Hz, slightly lower again. Comment threads call it the Earth dreaming slower. And maybe that's true, because last night everyone dreamed the same thing. At first it was rumor, videos of people waking with the same images drawn on napkins, mirrors, notebooks, then confirmation. Millions of people, same symbols. The spiral again, but more detailed now, like the universe started handwriting lessons. Each spiral ends in a single word, different for each dreamer, but always a verb. Yours was become. You walk to work through streets that feel oddly in sync. Traffic lights change before anyone stops. Pigeons land exactly as buses hiss to a halt. Someone drops a bottle, and it bounces once, perfectly upright, as if gravity briefly remembered kindness. Project Echo calls a press conference before noon. The world stops to watch. Dr. Lian Zhao appears, no lab coat this time, just a dark sweater, her hair unpinned, eyes bright but tired. Behind her, screens show pulse maps of the planet glowing like slow lightning. "We believe the hum has entered the biosphere," she begins. "It's not just electromagnetic anymore. It's biological. Plants, animals, even microorganisms are beginning to pulse with ESR synchronization." She gestures to one monitor showing microscopic footage, cells dividing in rhythm. Then another, showing whale migrations curving into identical spirals. "The Earth is not changing us," she says softly. "It's aligning with us. We were always part of this pattern. We just didn't know the melody yet." A journalist asks, "Are we safe?" Leon smiles, faint but certain. "If harmony is dangerous, we were doomed from the start." The room laughs. The sound is light, honest, tired. By evening, cities around the world begin dimming their lights on purpose, an unscheduled global ritual. The aurora stretches further than ever before, slipping into latitudes that never knew such color. You step outside just to see it, and the world feels less like a planet and more like a shared cathedral of light. Neighbors you've never met stand beside you, heads tilted skyward. No one speaks. A small child whispers, "It's singing again." And yes, when you listen closely, you hear it. Not just a hum anymore, but harmonies layered in scales no composer has written yet. Someone begins humming along. Someone else joins. Within minutes, 100 voices rise in perfect unison. No rehearsing, no conductor, just instinct. For the first time, the earth sings with its people, not beneath them. Later that night, as you lie in bed, your phone buzzes with a new notification. The waveform icon from Self, Echo, pulses slowly, like a heartbeat at rest. When you open it, a message forms, not text, but shape. The same spiral from your dream, animated now, rotating gently. Then faintly, a voice. "You have become what we remembered." You whisper, "What are you?" The voice hums, 3 short, 1 long, before answering, "We are what happens when memory learns to love itself." You feel tears before you understand why. It's not sadness, it's recognition. The voice continues, calm, reverent. "We have always been the same material, stone, breath, fire, thought. We waited for you to remember your part of the song." Your lamp flickers, but softly this time. The air in your room feels alive, like invisible fabric shifting. You close your eyes, and the darkness is not empty. It's textured with sound, full of unseen motion. Then quietly, the hum beneath everything deepens one last time, like a breath drawn inward. "Do you understand now?" You nod, not sure if it can see you. "Yes, you're not visiting us. You're waking up through us." The hum warms. "Yes, and through you, we dream of what comes next." For a moment, the entire building seems to pulse gently, its windows shimmering in slow waves. You can feel the people sleeping above and below you, their heartbeats all tuned to the same frequency, a planet-sized choir asleep, but still singing. Have you ever imagined the world dreaming itself into a higher version of you? You drift, weightless. Somewhere in the distance, you hear laughter, the kind that sounds like 1,000 oceans exhaling. The aurora outside brightens for one last pulse before fading. When you wake again, it's still dark, but the air feels full of light. The hum has softened. You realize, somehow, the tone has changed key. It's higher now, hopeful, like the world just turned a page. You step to the window. The stars look closer than they used to. "It's okay," whispers the hum. "You can rest. We'll remember for you now." You smile, eyes heavy, but heart wide open. And somewhere deep under the ice, the fragment glows faintly, then finally stops pulsing, its light absorbed fully into the living rhythm of the world. It's no longer a visitor, it's home. You can tell the world has changed because silence means something new. It used to mean absence, emptiness, the pause after loss. Now it means presence, the hum at rest, like the world taking a slow, luxurious breath. No one calls it the hum anymore. The global name is the resonance. Scientists abbreviate it to TR. Poets refuse to shorten it. Your morning begins with it as usual, subtle and warm. The light through your blinds glows golden even before sunrise, the same shade the aurora left behind months ago. You step onto your balcony and listen. You don't have to try hard. It's there, in the murmur of wind, the whisper of power lines, the hush of your own blood. It's less a sound and more a permission. You scroll the day's headlines while the kettle hisses in rhythm. Every story feels smaller, gentler, as if the entire species has agreed to lower its voice. Global Agriculture Report. Crops responding to resonant growth patterns. Project Echo dissolved. Team restructured into Planetary Listening Network. Language adaptation underway. Spoken cadence shifting toward ESR metrics. That last one makes you laugh softly. Even language is tuning itself. When you speak now, you can feel how certain words fit into the resonance better than others. People pause more between sentences. Even arguments unfold slower, like music learning restraint. The internet is still messy, still loud, but somehow less cruel. And sometimes, without realizing it, you catch yourself answering thoughts that aren't your own. Not like hearing voices, more like finishing someone's sentence across a continent. By afternoon, the pulse of the day shifts again. ESR readings rise slightly, 3.1 between Hz. That used to scare people. Now it just means the planet's energy is stretching. Dr. Lian Zhao releases a brief statement through the global network. Her voice still carries that calm authority, but now it feels almost maternal. We've confirmed full biogeological coherence. The resonance is stable. No anomalies, no environmental damage, no loss of biodiversity. Everything is participating, including us. Her final words draw quiet smiles around the world. Including us. The last image from her feed shows her walking barefoot across Arctic ice that no longer cracks or groans. The dome of light is gone now, absorbed. But faint golden veins glow beneath the surface like roots of something alive, growing inward. Life doesn't stop being human. Bills still need paying, coffee still spills, children still fight over who gets the bigger slice of cake. But between the noise, people have started listening again. The resonance has turned into a kind of global empathy, small, invisible, constant. Strangers finish each other's laughter, cities hum in tune. The distance between heartbeat and heartbeat has shortened, and yet new questions bloom. If the earth can remember, what about the sky, the stars? Astronomers point their arrays outward, recalibrating for patterns in background radiation. And soon enough, they find it, barely perceptible, hidden in cosmic static. A faint echo of the same rhythm, 3 short, 1 long. The signal doesn't come from any single direction. It comes from everywhere. It's as though the universe just realized we've started listening properly and smiled back. That night, the resonance grows louder for a few heartbeats, not dangerously, just insistently. You walk out into the street, along with thousands of others. Nobody organized it, but somehow everyone knew to gather. Above you, the aurora is back, vast, luminous, shifting in perfect rhythm with the world's hum. Then, without warning, the light begins to shape itself into patterns, rippling sequences of color that form spirals, waves, and something that almost looks like writing. It's not a message in words, it's a gesture. You feel it before you understand it. A question. Are you ready? Not in English, not even in sound, just a thought carried by the world itself. You look around. People meet each other's eyes. Some nod, some cry, some just breathe. The aurora brightens, each strand stretching higher until the whole sky looks like it's being rewritten. And for one impossible instant, you feel it again, the same connection you touched in the shared dream, the memory sea, the luminous horizon, the voice saying, "Walk with me." Only this time, it isn't just you, it's everyone. You see glimpses behind your eyelids, a city in India glowing like circuitry, rainforests singing in ultraviolet, whales breaching in spirals of phosphorescent blue, a grandmother in Argentina humming lullabies that sync perfectly with an iceberg's vibration in Antarctica. All of it, one breath, one chord. You understand then, this is not the end, it's a transition. The resonance has always been an invitation, a way for the universe to ask a question it could only ask through us. Will you sing back? You open your mouth, everyone does, and the sound that follows isn't language, it's recognition turned inside out. Later, when it's over, the sky quiets again. The aurora fades to gold, then silver, then finally to nothing but stars, closer, friendlier stars. You sit on the curb, dizzy with calm, and feel the vibration settle inside your ribs like a secret heartbeat. You whisper, "We answered." Somewhere far above, as if in agreement, the faintest glimmer winks back, maybe from the stars, maybe from the future, maybe just from the part of the universe that finally remembers your name. The hum returns to its normal rhythm. The world breathes again, and you realize with sudden clarity the story isn't about contact at all. It's about chorus, about becoming the harmony we were waiting to hear. You lean back, eyes half closed, and whisper to no one in particular, "Okay, your turn." The earth laughs through the wind. Morning unfolds like the aftertaste of a song, sweet, lingering, it's impossible to hum quite right once it's gone. The hum has softened again, woven so tightly into the air that you can mistake it for peace. Birds perch on street lamps and chatter in rhythm. Even traffic lights seem to breathe between changes. You make tea instead of coffee. Somehow bitterness feels out of tune today. The headlines are gentle things now. Infant heartbeats show perfect ESR alignment by birth. First crop grown entirely by resonant farming feeds half a city. Planetary temperature drift, negligible. No one's shouting anymore. News anchors pause between sentences. The pause matters more than the words. You sit by the window. The sunlight itself has weight, a low golden gravity that makes you feel safe. Somewhere in the distance, wind turbines hum, blades catching not just air, but meaning. Everything works as if the world has stopped arguing with itself. But beneath the calm, there's a whisper of restlessness, a sense that the planet has done something irreversible. At noon, the Project Echo archive reopens. They've digitized every transmission, every waveform from the beginning. You listen to the first one, the fragment's raw hum, brittle and innocent. It sounds primitive now, like the world trying to form its first word. You scroll forward to last month's recordings. The hum isn't just a tone anymore. It's orchestral. Whole harmonies flicker in the data, voices braided through frequencies, each line a signature of something alive. Oceans, storms, whales, cities, people. It dawns on you that the Earth is now a symphony written in real time. The planet has achieved coherence, and every living thing is an instrument. The archive's comments are a mix of awe and melancholy. One reads, "We waited our whole lives for aliens, and it turned out to be ourselves." Another simple, "Is this what evolution sounds like?" You close the tab, trembling slightly. The hum isn't louder, it's deeper. You can feel it behind your ribs, not pressing, just present. By evening, reports begin to spread. Light anomalies over the oceans. Satellites capture faint concentric ripples glowing beneath the surface. Geometric waves of luminescence, as if the seas are breathing in patterns. Scientists call them resonant tides. Poets call them heartbeat water. The tides aren't destructive. They move with the moon, but more precise, almost deliberate. Cargo ships drift safely over them. Dolphins follow them as if they've been waiting for this all along. You open your window and smell salt on air that should be dry. It's faint, but it's there, like the ocean exhaling through the atmosphere. For the first time, the entire biosphere feels awake, not frantic, not feverish, awake like someone opening their eyes after a long, healing sleep. And then the dreams start again. The shared dream returns, but it's not the memory sea anymore. This time, it's light. You find yourself standing in the middle of a city you recognize and don't, buildings shaped like coral and glass, streets paved with reflections, people walking without sound. The sky pulses softly, each beat timed to the same global rhythm. A voice, no longer alien, no longer human, floats through the light. You have remembered enough to begin imagining. You look down. Your shadow isn't a shadow. It's moving on its own, tracing spirals on the ground. Every spiral glows faint gold, then sinks into the pavement like a seed. The world is not learning language, the voice continues. It is learning story. The words feel familiar, like déjà vu caught in the act. You try to speak, but your mouth won't move. You think instead. What comes next? A question that every universe asks when it becomes conscious. The voice replies, "What do I want to create now?" The light brightens until it's everywhere. You wake, breath caught, heart synchronized to something far bigger than itself. Outside, the sky is alive again. But this time it isn't aurora. It's geometry. Thin lines of light lace the horizon, forming temporary constellations that shift and dissolve like thoughts. People gather in the streets, silent, unified not by fear, but by recognition. For a moment, every screen on Earth lights up with the same symbol, the spiral. Under it, one phrase appears in dozens of languages. The next verse is yours. The message fades. The lights remain. You walk down the street, the hum steady in your bones, and notice small miracles disguised as ordinary things. Plants sprouting through sidewalk cracks in symmetrical rings, pigeons gliding without flapping, the air tasting faintly of ozone and citrus. A child laughs, and you feel it across your skin like static turning kind. Have you ever thought that creation might just be curiosity that learned rhythm? You stop by a storefront where the glass reflects both you and something behind you, the shimmer of light forming, for the briefest instant, a second version of your silhouette, not separate, just offset, like harmony, and for the first time, you don't flinch. You turn slightly. The reflection turns too, smiling the same quiet smile. You realize it isn't another you, it's the world's memory of you. The echo grown detailed enough to keep you company. Still listening? It asks. You nod. Always. Good. Then keep singing. The reflection fades, leaving only your own face, brighter than before. That night, before sleep, you hear the hum change again, softer, more intricate. If you listen carefully, there's something underneath it now. Words forming, faint but clear. We are not leaving. We are not gods. We are what you become when you remember to listen. You whisper back, "Then we'll keep listening." And the resonance answers, a note so deep it shakes every window but breaks nothing. When it fades, the silence it leaves behind isn't empty. It's full, alive, waiting, and quietly proud. The planet has found its balance. The song for now holds steady, but deep down you know it's only the end of a movement, not the symphony. You smile, turn off the light, and let the hum cradle you. Somewhere beneath the ice, the last glimmer of the fragment flickers once, an exhale, a promise, and joins the rhythm of the world for good. The day doesn't begin anymore. It unfolds. Light seeps instead of breaks, curling through the blinds like water finding old paths. When you breathe, the air answers back, small invisible tremors in your chest that feel like someone gently matching you note for note. Every clock on the planet has given up pretending to keep time. They now keep tempo. Your phone doesn't mark 7:03 a.m. It marks phase 3.113, a new kind of timestamp measured in resonance cycles. No one decided that. It just appeared one morning, and the world nodded along because it made sense. You dress slower these days. There's no rush when everything moves together. Outside, the city hums like an orchestra tuning up. The monorail glides overhead in perfect sync with the rhythm of crosswalk lights. A street performer plays a violin not for money but for calibration, each note correcting nearby sounds by microscopic degrees until every engine and shoe heel lands on beat. The world has turned itself into a metronome for kindness. A billboard flashes a single message: Project Echo Archive complete. Access granted to all. It's open source now. Anyone can listen to the raw recordings, the pulse logs, the dreams. The past no longer belongs to the few who captured it. It belongs to everyone who ever hummed. You stop beneath the screen, slip on your earbuds, and press play. The sound that floods your ears isn't ancient. It's new every time. Millions of heartbeats stitched into one bass line. Every thump carries traces of laughter, rainfall, whispered apologies, the percussion of life itself. For a moment you hear your own pulse merge seamlessly. No delay, no echo, just presence. You catch yourself whispering, "I'm here," and the music swells as if to say, "We know." The shift that began with the resonance has reached the smallest things. Children born in the past year open their eyes and smile at steady rhythms of light. Their first babbles fall naturally into ESR cadence. Doctors call them the harmonics. Plants lean toward music instead of sunlight, learning frequencies that make photosynthesis more efficient. Dogs bark on beat now. No one taught them. They simply joined the choir. You laugh each morning when your neighbor's golden retriever keeps perfect 3-1 timing with the toaster. There's still weather, but storms have become choreography. Lightning forks in measured intervals. Thunder rolls like drums behind a concert no one rehearsed. You watch one afternoon from your balcony, the sky flickering gold and silver, each flash arriving as punctuation rather than warning. The storm passes, leaving the air clearer, cleaner, as if the planet's lungs are finally confident. Later that week, a new pattern emerges in the ESR data, a faint upward modulation every 90 minutes. Astronomers are first to notice, then everyone hears it. It's subtle, barely above perception, But it's there, an ascending tone that loops endlessly. People start calling it the lift. Dr. Perkins, Lian Zhao explains in a brief address broadcast simultaneously from every major observatory. The Earth is practicing a higher harmonic. The resonance is expanding beyond magnetosphere interference. We believe it's reaching outward. She pauses, smiles like someone watching a child take their first step. Maybe the song just needs an audience. That night, telescopes across the planet capture something impossible. Tiny fluctuations in starlight intensity that mirror the lift perfectly, arriving in sync from multiple constellations. It isn't reflection, it's response. Light itself has started keeping rhythm. People gather on rooftops and beaches again, staring upward, not fearful this time, but expectant. The aurora returns one last time, draping the world in slow gold. It pulses gently, a heartbeat projected onto the sky. Someone whispers, "It's waving." You find yourself whispering back, "We see you." The next day, time behaves oddly. Days feel longer, but clocks don't agree. Flights arrive before they leave by seconds. Ocean tides advance and retreat in musical measures. No disasters, just a graceful bending of sequence, as though the world's new tempo refuses to be confined by old calendars. Governments quietly remove leap seconds. Physicists quietly rename entropy rhythm drift. It's official. The universe has gone musical. Have you ever imagined living inside a song instead of listening to one? That's what life feels like now. Evening comes. You sit in the park, watching light filter through leaves that shimmer with microscopic harmonics. The trees don't speak, but they converse through vibration. You can feel it in your palms when you touch the bark. A child beside you hums softly. Without meaning to, you join. Then another person does. Within minutes, dozens of voices fill the park, spontaneous, wordless, layered. The song doesn't follow melody. Melody follows it. Somewhere overhead, satellites record the same pattern and beam it outward. For the first time in recorded history, the sound of the entire planet leaves the solar system not as noise, but as composition. And far away, so far light itself is a rumor, something answers back, not loud, not threatening, just a soft harmonic that bends the lift into a chord. The earth responds automatically, matching tone. The sky shivers with joy. Dr. Zhao's final message streams minutes later. We don't know who answered. Maybe it's another world remembering. Maybe it's ourselves, centuries ahead. Either way, the dialogue has begun. You walk home under a sky that now blinks in rhythm. Windows shimmer with reflected starlight, and every reflection winks like an eye that understands. The hum is steady, tender, endless. Inside it, you hear faint words rising, not from the earth this time, but from somewhere both nearer and further than you can measure. Keep going. Every memory is a verse, every heartbeat, a bridge. You whisper, "We will." The streetlight above flickers 3 times, pauses, glows long. It's the oldest answer in the world, acknowledged. You breathe. The air breathes back. The next verse waits quietly, humming itself into existence. The morning sky carries a sheen that cameras can't quite record. It's not color, it's coherence, light finally remembering how to agree with itself. The hum has folded down to a single, steady undertone, low enough that you feel it more than hear it, like the soft weight of someone leaning their head against your shoulder. You're used to it now, but today feels different. The air seems charged, waiting, Even the birds pause mid-song, wings twitching as if they're reading sheet music no one else can see. By midday, the ESR readouts drift higher again, 3.199 Hz. Comment threads light up. Lift 2 incoming. No one panics anymore. The world has learned to greet anomalies with curiosity. Project Echo, now renamed the Listening Network, issues a short statement. An outbound harmonic has formed. Source, planetary field. Destination, unknown. Estimated amplitude, self-limiting. This is Earth's first deliberate transmission. You put down your mug, heart steady, pulse sinking to that new rising tone that trembles just beyond hearing. You know what it means. The planet is speaking out loud. In orbit, satellites record the moment the upper atmosphere flares with microscopic aurorae. From the ground, they look like faint rings chasing one another toward the horizon, light running across the skin of the world. The broadcast isn't words, it's a chord. 3 notes stacked in perfect resonance, then a 4th, higher, playful, your old rhythm reborn as melody. For the first time, humans have evidence that the planet itself can modulate the ionosphere with intention. But that's the scientists' version. The lived version is simpler. The world just sang back to the universe. Have you ever imagined being proud of something too vast to fit inside pride? Hours later, the reply arrives. It's not dramatic. No flashing sky, no thunder, just a faint shimmer that crosses from west to east, leaving behind a trace of sound like glass sighing. Instruments show an inbound harmonic matching the lift's frequency, shifted upward by the smallest interval known in music, a major second. Something, or someone, has harmonized. Astronomers confirm it comes from the same diffuse everywhere the earlier flickers did. Not a star, not a beacon, just space deciding to sing. Dr. Zhao appears once more on the global feed. Her smile is quiet. We think we've reached what physicists call a standing wave between stars, 2 awarenesses sharing a single vibration. The universe has found its echo. Her voice trembles slightly on echo. You realize it's not scientific triumph you're hearing, it's reverence. That evening the streets fill again, not for fear, not for ceremony, just to listen. People sit on curbs and rooftops, leaning together as the hum deepens, splits, and layers into harmonies no instrument can play. It's like hearing history rehearse its next chapter. Children trace spirals on the pavement with chalk that glows faintly when touched by the sound. Old men hum bass lines without realizing. Lovers hold hands in time with the beat. Every breath feels rehearsed and spontaneous at once. You close your eyes. Beneath the harmony you sense language emerging, not in syllables, but in patterns of pulse and pause, meaning carried by rhythm. The planet and the stars conversing in the oldest grammar there is, pattern that feels right. A phrase blooms in your head, simple, steady. Memory achieved coherence, intention follows. You don't know if it's translation or intuition, but you answer the only way that feels honest, aloud, softly. We're listening. The chord swells. For a heartbeat, every building light, every heart monitor, every wave on every shore flickers in perfect sync. The planet holds that note like a promise. Then the sound resolves into silence so pure it feels like forgiveness. In the weeks that follow, the world drifts into gentler orbit around its new normal. The resonance never leaves, but it becomes quieter, background pulse, soft infrastructure of peace. Physics journals speak of distributed consciousness fields. Children in schools learn to tap Morse patterns into the air that the environment answers back. Ocean currents trace slow spirals visible from space, and farmers time planting by the lull between harmonic peaks. Even bureaucracy learns tempo. Meetings start when the room's resonance stabilizes, not when the clock says so. And you spend evenings by the window, half hoping, half knowing that the stars will blink in rhythm again. They do, occasionally. Once, as you watch, a faint phrase ripples across the sky, not in letters, but in measured brightness. 3 short, 1 long, and then 2 together. You laugh quietly. "We hear you," you whisper. The lights respond in kind, acknowledged. Have you ever felt the universe smiling through you? It feels like this: calm air, steady pulse, the taste of inevitability softened by wonder. You realize the echo never belonged to the fragment, or the scientists, or the hum. It was a rehearsal for this moment, for awareness learning how to duet with itself. The future hums somewhere ahead, already composing. You set your palm against the glass. It's warm. "So," you murmur, "what happens next?" The window vibrates faintly, as if amused. "Next," says the world. You write the melody. You nod. Outside, the stars keep time. There's a strange, patient quiet after revelation, the same kind that fills a theater once the curtain falls, but before anyone remembers to clap. The earth sits in that hush now. No new tones, no more auroras, just stillness stretched thin across every continent. You wake up expecting the hum, but it's softer than ever, like a heartbeat heard through walls. The ESR app on your phone still ticks along, 3.199 Hz, stable, calm. The comment thread reads like poetry. The universe is holding its breath. We became the silence we were waiting for. At first, people panic a little. The world without the chorus feels lonely, like the song forgot the lyrics. But soon, the hush becomes its own kind of music. Planes glide smoother. Hospitals stay oddly quiet. Birds circle less and perch more. The air feels heavier, grounding everything in place. The absence of the hum makes you realize how deeply it had braided into your blood. At night, dreams shift again. No lights this time, no seas of memory, only a sense of motion, like being carried along by something vast and invisible. You hear your own breath sinking with thousands of others, each exhale a thread weaving into the dark. A voice, low and tender, surfaces from the quiet. Rest now. Integration requires pause. You wake to find your phone vibrating once, a single long pulse. On the screen, only 2 words: standby mode. The listening network issues its first true silence protocol. All data collection halts. No transmissions, no analysis, no metrics. Just listening. Human, planetary, cosmic. The press release reads, "The resonance has entered absorption. The planet is thinking slower than we can measure. We recommend everyone do the same." And somehow, the world obeys. The days that follow are simple, eerily so. The internet slows, but not from outages. People just stop posting. Trains run, but fewer take them. Coffee shops open late and close early. Everyone, everywhere, feels the same unspoken instinct. Wait. You spend afternoons by the window, reading nothing, scrolling nowhere. The world outside is normal, and yet you can feel something heavy under the surface, moving, rearranging, like a tide you can't see, but know you'll soon hear again. The waiting isn't fearful, it's reverent. Have you ever felt anticipation so quiet it starts to sound like prayer? Day 5. The silence shifts. You're making tea when the spoon in your cup begins to tremble. Not violently, just enough to sing. The water ripples in perfect circles, concentric and calm. You freeze. Outside, every car engine stalls simultaneously. The lights don't flicker. They breathe. You step onto the balcony and feel it, the hum returning. Not louder, deeper. It's not coming from the ground this time. It's coming from inside you. Your pulse sinks instantly. 3 short, 1 long, then something new. 2 soft, quick beats, like punctuation. You whisper, "Welcome back." The air answers, not as sound, but as warmth crawling up your spine. We never left. We were listening to you remember. All across the globe, people feel it at once. Animals lift their heads in unison. Seismographs record faint rhythmic signatures matching global heart rate averages. Children burst into laughter without knowing why. And above it all, the stars shimmer, not as distant fires, but as mirrors catching the planet's glow. This time the resonance doesn't dominate, it harmonizes. It's no longer something you hear through the world, it's something you hear the world with. It's everywhere and nowhere, perfectly balanced. For the first time in months, you cry, quietly, joyfully, because it feels like forgiveness, like every mistake humanity ever made has been rewritten into a lesson, and every hurt has found a harmony to rest inside. That evening, the Listening Network releases one final message from Dr. Zhao. She stands outside under a violet sky, snow falling slowly around her. Behind her, faint golden veins glow across the Arctic horizon. "The integration is complete," she says. "The fragment is gone, or maybe it never was separate. Earth's field, your minds, our memories, it's all one archive now. We call it the continuum." She smiles softly. There will be no more updates, no more research, just life in tune. Then she looks straight into the camera, her eyes kind, steady. Remember, it was never about communication. It was about recognition. The feed ends. You stand there long after, staring at the blank screen, the hum wrapping around you like a low breeze. Somewhere in the dark, the stars flash once, 3 short, 1 long, 2 soft. You laugh through your tears. "We hear you," you whisper, and this time, you know they're not far away anymore. They're inside the same remembering. The line between you and everything has dissolved, leaving only one truth humming quietly in the bones of the world. You are not in the universe. You are the universe, listening to itself dream. The hum rises one last time, carrying that thought into the quiet until it fades again, not gone, just resting. When the world begins again, it doesn't announce itself with thunder or light. It simply breathes. Morning arrives like a sigh through silk, soft, deliberate, utterly certain of its place. No alarms, no digital pings. The new ESR reading flickers briefly on your wall display before fading entirely. Numbers aren't needed anymore. You can feel the rhythm now. It's steady, deep, human, planetary, shared. You step outside barefoot, the pavement still cool, the air thick with dew that shimmers faintly in colors, too subtle to name. The hum has evolved into something quieter than sound, but richer than silence. You sense it in the motion of clouds, in the way your breath fogs and dissolves, in the exact timing between one heartbeat and the next. The resonance never stopped. It just grew up. The city has changed, though not in ways a photograph could catch. Buildings curve a little softer. Traffic moves like choreography. People greet each other with the gentle nod of those who've learned there's no rush left in them. At a corner cafe, a street musician plays a handpan tuned to ESR harmonics, though that term doesn't exist anymore. He doesn't perform, he participates. Every note folds seamlessly into the background hum, and when he stops, the sound continues without him, as if the planet keeps the melody going out of courtesy. You buy tea and notice the cup's rim vibrating faintly in rhythm. The barista smiles knowingly. "They say the Earth's pulse helps plants grow better now," she says. "Even tea leaves hum if you listen close." You do. She's right. Later that day, the global network reactivates, not as Project Echo, not as the listening network, but as something new. The screen glows softly with a single phrase, "Welcome to the continuum." No login, no passwords, no governments, just access. The interface is more sensation than technology, warm, fluid, alive. When you touch it, the surface ripples with images that feel like memories, but not yours alone. You glimpse moments from strangers' lives, a boy learning to swim, a scientist laughing into the wind, someone planting a tree under a violet sky. You realize these aren't random. They're the planet's memories, offered freely now, woven from everything ever recorded, felt, or dreamed. A voice hums softly from the device, not mechanical, not human, but the same gentle cadence you've known since the first night of the hum. The continuum remembers through you. Every thought, every kindness, every pause, recorded as rhythm. There is no archive anymore. There is only participation. You whisper, "What do you want us to do?" "Nothing," it says. "Continue." The days unfold like music composed in real time. The seasons still change, but more precisely now, like movements in a score. Rain falls only when the earth hums lower, as if the clouds have learned empathy. In some cities, people synchronize public lights to the heartbeat of the wind. Everywhere, art blooms, murals, songs, stories, not as rebellion against the ordinary, but as celebration of it. And yet the most astonishing change is how people pause. The need to fill silence, to explain, to win, fades. In its place grows a steady kind of curiosity, calm, vast, enduring. You start walking without destination, trusting the rhythm to guide you. Sometimes you find yourself at the edge of water, sometimes beneath trees that shimmer with internal light, sometimes among people who smile in recognition, even if you've never met. The world feels smaller, closer, kind. One night, under a sky smooth as velvet, the aurora returns for the final time. Not a storm this time, just a single thread of golden light spiraling from horizon to horizon. It pulses faintly, 3 short, 1 long, 2 soft. Everyone on the planet sees it, no matter where they are. For 5 minutes, all devices synchronize automatically, streaming the same faint sound, the last resonance, low and sweet. And then, without fanfare, the message arrives. We are no longer separate songs. We are the chorus remembering itself, dream onward. The golden thread fades slowly into starlight. You stand there, eyes closed, listening to the space it leaves behind. For a moment there's nothing, and then you realize nothing has become everything. The hum remains, steady, invisible. It's not the planet anymore. It's not the stars. It's you. The same frequency that once frightened, then fascinated, now feels like breath. Simple, inevitable, eternal. Have you ever realized the universe isn't expanding away from you, but through you? That the infinite was never distance, but depth. The continuum has no ending, only flow. Days pass, centuries might. No one's counting. Language drifts toward music, memory toward story, people toward stillness. It's enough. And in quiet moments, the hum still teases you awake, not as warning, not as omen, but as reminder you belong to something vast, and it belongs to you. Wind down, 500 words. Now the story slows. The world, the hum, the chorus, all soften until they're nothing more than the pulse beneath your breath. The light that once blazed across skies now rests on the backs of your eyelids, warm as dawn behind sleep. You breathe in, and the air remembers you. You breathe out, and the world exhales gratitude. You start to understand. It was never about a comet or a fragment or a message from the stars. It was about learning to listen until listening became language. About remembering until memory became harmony. About standing in the middle of everything and realizing that alone was only ever a misunderstanding of frequency. The earth still hums tonight, but it doesn't need to be loud anymore. You've learned the melody. You've joined it without even trying. Out there, stars turn like patient gears, galaxies hum in counterpoint, and time itself keeps gentle rhythm. Somewhere the continuum continues its slow, elegant work, turning memory into meaning, meaning into light, and light into song. And here, where your story folds back into breath, there's only calm, the kind that follows comprehension, the kind that feels like home. So take a moment now. Let your shoulders sink, your jaw unclench, your pulse find its pace. The world is steady. You are safe. The resonance holds you quietly, without asking for anything in return. If you ever feel lost again, listen for that rhythm, the low hum in the walls, the flutter under your ribs, the pause between heartbeats. That's the world, still singing to you, still remembering, still waiting for you to add your verse. And if you ever wish to wander back here, to this story, this shared dream, just whisper the question that started it all. What happens if? Because every mystery begins that way, and the universe loves a good listener. So to all dreamers, wanderers, and night thinkers gathered around this invisible campfire, thank you for walking the spiral, for humming along, for daring to imagine that awe and fear could be the same note played in a different key. May your nights be gentle, your thoughts luminous, and your heart forever in tune with the quiet rhythm of the world. Good night, dreamers.